chat. Hi, chat. Hi. Hey there. Hello. Hope you are all doing good. Well, okay. Got back into the game here. Hi. Hi, Triton. Hi, Estrella. Hi, Slasher. Hi, Zany. Oh my gosh. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the happy birthdays. I really appreciate it. Rakdos, hi, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, Estrella, nice to see you here in this chat because we were chatting a little bit before the stream. Yes, everyone, it is my birthday. My birthday is on March the 2nd. You know, fun little date. Yeah, no, it's this year's been an interesting year for me, partially because yeah, thank you, Estrella. It's also the year of the horse, and I'm a year of the horse, so it's pretty fucking good. This has been pretty fun. Honsi, yeah. So I don't know. Life's been like interesting so far, and I'll say that streaming has been one of the most positive aspects of my life recently, relatively recently. So I'm really glad to have you all here. And I can show you off this game of the devil, which Jackie Jarbles, an amazing, wonderful friend of mine, gifted some of the 2 episodes of this game to me. So we'll be able to play through this entire game as it currently stands, which will be a lot of fun. Hi, Ace. Hi, Mary Chrysler. Thank you, Ace. Popping in to say happy birthday. Aw, thank you, Ari. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Gosh, y'all are being really sweet. I really appreciate that. But don't worry, we're not gonna stand here and sit here. Yes, oh, hey there. Hi. Perfect game for me to wash dishes too. Maybe. We'll see. Hi, nice to see you there. But yeah, no, we're gonna be playing some of the devil here. I literally know nothing about this game, so if anyone here does know anything about the game, don't spoil me. I just like saw this on my Steam page, and I was like, this looks amazing. This looks so up my fucking alley, and so we're gonna be playing it. We're gonna figure out what it's about, and yeah, let's just get right into it, shall we? We'll also just be hanging out, having fun. So apparently, yeah, I have episode 1 and 2. Third episode's coming out eventually, but I guess we'll start off in episode 0 here and see what's up. Oh my goodness. And as we do, as always, I do have a Monster Energy next to me. I'm not addicted. Don't you even dare attempt to say that. This is the game that ruined Lily. Oh, okay, Leon. It was not Leon. Oh my gosh, sorry. Where'd that come from? Triton, okay, that's don't give me any details then. We'll see. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to voice act a lot of this. All right, I can try. Something's been going around watching of the devil streams. Hells yeah, Badman Twitch. Well, I hope you enjoy this stream as well. I'm gonna be trying my best to enjoy the game. All right, chat, let's do the rating. I gotta read this all out loud. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of the holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, camera, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. Billions must of the devil. Yes, bad Switch. Look, it seems really cool so far, so I'm super excited. There's no escaping the second-hand and nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine is gonna die in jail. Fucking love it. Said it once, said it again. Ha, birthday crackle. Will be semi-larky, work busted hell out of me, like energy. Totally fine, Zen. Take your time. Glad to have you here. And oh no, everyone, ad time's coming in. I'm gonna continue on with the game. But we probably won't go too far into it if something happens. Yeah, thank you, Triton. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Alright. Morgan, this is the name of our main character here, who is a criminal attorney. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because his whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Well, that last bit is familiar to us all. Whether it's incandescent or neon or halo, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's a light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, and anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at the public defender work, no matter what the hour. And should you find yourself in one of those last dark corners left in the whole wide world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. Alright. Shadows of Doubt reference, maybe. Triton, maybe. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. Okay, the state system. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. Okay. I'll try. We have the little heart symbol. My goodness, Morgan likes to have fun with it. So, do you like noir? I like noir. I like mysteries and detective, like media in general. I find it super fun and super cool to deduce mysteries. God, do I like? Yeah, hells yeah. Very small, like little references to what I did at one point in my life when I was a lot younger. Like not super younger, but like 4 years ago in my life. So maybe when I was like 20, 19, I had considered potentially going down and becoming a private detective because I just love this shit so much. I didn't end up doing that. Maybe I eventually will, but yeah, it's super cool. Fun fact, being nice ruins AI's learning. Good to know. I'm here to say hi then lurk because I'm planning to play this game blind. Hi Hazel, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for lurking. I really appreciate it. And yes, don't spoil yourself. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you, Hazel. You're absolutely wonderful. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Mem, hi. Thank you for the happy birthday. So many happy birthdays, guys. Jeez. My VTuber is a PI is a new dojo I'll work on, I guess. Thanks, try it. If you want to, go for it. Alright. Get loved and supported, nerd. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Y'all are making me smile. Alright. Let's continue. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are gonna get busy. Happy birthday. Aw, Psycho. Aw, thank you. You're 1 year closer to the grave? Ah, nah. I'm immortal. Don't worry about it. And he shall appear. So we could disable tutorial. We're gonna keep them enabled because I genuinely have no idea what this is gonna be like. So let's find out. Ooh, okay. What do we got here? Uh-huh. Precinct 254. Or 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates to be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with some more gravitas. But whatever, if I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. Can I connect this game to other games you may play in Vibes? I only know like Slight Frag. I have no idea what this game is gonna be vibe-wise, Triton. Like, I just saw the art style, I saw everything, I was like, well, this seems to be like mystery-esque. I'm down, let's figure it out. So, I can't tell you. Yes, another immortal, though you'll probably scare deaf me, I'm just too ugly. Okay, Psycho, be nice to yourself. No. But yes. Okay, let's continue. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Okay, so we can press the phone icon or tap the phone icon top left to just, yep, save, load. We can also auto advance, which we're not going to do probably. I hate auto advance personally. Look around for points of interest that you can check to investigate the area. Earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Okay, this is wonderful. This will fucking make me want to fucking investigate everything. I love this. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So we have our phone here. Okay, so this is some basic stuff about holograms and how they work. I'm not going to read all this out. It'd be a lot. Sure. Wow, we have a lot of things we can do. I guess just in case I somehow mess this up, we're going to save here. And... ooh, okay. Chat. Immediately, we're going to make the SFX here a little bit quieter. Actually, we'll do something like this. Okay, like this. All right, it was a little loud. Do you want the music to be turned down? I'm already turning down the BGM, but I can also just turn down. Also, all the dictionary things are in world articles. No, you're golden now? Okay. Okay. Something like that. Let me know if it's too loud, too quiet. Let's move over here. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Or attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy they'd had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah, 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 blah. Poking holes in that setup must mean like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. But there is no room to so doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file the police report for them. It is recommended to read everything, but not necessarily to read out loud. Okay, I will try to read everything I can. I'm a pretty fast reader, but I will probably read out everything that the character says because I just think it's gonna be fun for this stream. But I appreciate the advice. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, and multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook that it could teach freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago, they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with the crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Okay. Let's see what we got here. A data pad. I'll buy it. Even with a more advertisement than article, they can still be informative in a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Oh my gosh, hi Psycho. Psycho, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Appreciate cackle threesome. Okay, Psycho. Alright, we can keep an eye out for articles. They'll give you some insight in the world. Okay, choose your proper takeaway after reading them and you gain additional bonus credit too. Okay. Alright, chat. I'm not going to read out this entire section, but I am going to very quickly try to read it. Declaring to be irreparably flooded. Saltwater damage. Okay. Efforts refocused. Huh. On maintenance expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure. Trams, highways, and walkways and skyscrapers into the canopy. So a big canopy, okay. Reactions have been blasé. Most of the distance is long enough being able to make a comeback. Right, because subways aren't running anymore. Only Chatty has barely reacted to the announcement. Instead, going into investigation of Councilman's Long campaign finance irregularities. Yep, Councilman Long's, oh, shit. I actually clicked right click there. Oh, well. Well, I got the, I got the basic gist. It's gonna be about the canopy. Media literate. Thank you, game. I can read media and be fine. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget, lines of pockets for a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate the bad press in the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Alright, chat, we're gonna very quickly... Okay, so that's the data pads. And this is the article. I just want to very quickly make sure. Yep, Long, okay, critics, eyesore, okay. Yeah. People and corporations alike have a little choice for how they complete their morning commute now. So Long's kind of monopolized it. Okay. Okay, yep, we got some other stuff. Personal submarine taxi pods using the flooded subway tunnels. Okay. Impractical. Pure, yeah, okay. There we go. We got most of the gist of it where we stopped off there, so that's fine. I don't see anything else we can quite investigate, so let's go ahead and check out the welcome desk. So cool to have a sci-fi game that checks to see if you're following your flaws that they're poking fun of. Yeah. No, that is pretty cool. I like the media literacy check. Thank you, game. Hey, Cackle, prepare for something. Okay, I'll prepare for it. I appreciate the heads up. You can revisit articles on your phone. Thank you, Badman Twitch. I appreciate it. Yeah, I did just double check it, but yeah, no. Yeah, sick. Okay. The medium's cracked in the corner. It looks bad, but my phone is made out of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every single time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like its usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia that you could always get served at state buildings. There's some few missing persons too. 1 year of Silver Plane coverage and courtesy of Cadesius. Okay. Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Oh. Alright. I've taken all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Okay. We got our little hologram here. We booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for a public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great. Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call Intake Hollows charming, more like harmless. That's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. Well, Morgan, that's a little... Oh, wow, that is very true, Morgan. Especially nowadays, my goodness. Alright. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Scan my card. I'm not gonna let you scan my face. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the goddamn ID card and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday is... I'm guessing we have to actually check our little profile, so let me quickly do that. Here's Morgan. We're 175 centimeters. Ooh, relatively close to how tall I am, though. I'm a little taller. December 26th for date of birth. Interesting. Weight, not listed. Very fair. AB minus, okay, or AB negative. Criminal defense attorney, likes puzzles, smoking, and wooden furniture. Dislikes commercials, hairdressers, and jogging. Okay. Talent can fall asleep in any position. Coffee decaf. Drink whiskey sour. Very fair, Morgan. Very fair. Alright. Whiskey sour. Alright, my birthday is on December the 26th because we were media literate, chat. December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak with your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call the involuntary wellness check room if they like. doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box with one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection duly warped along across gunmetal walls. Ooh, hi, Mallory, hi! Happy birthday. It's a good day for a birthday. Dr. Seuss was born on this day in 1904. Oh, fun! No, that's good to know, Mal. Yeah, no, I didn't know Dr. Seuss was born on the same day. Lots of interesting people born in various different dates of the year. I've never like had anyone stick out though on March 2nd. Okay, I think I was misunderstood. You have to read the text box. All the rest screen terms, articles, and profile you can just read quietly. Yeah, that's what I was planning, Badman Twitch. Yeah, no, that's what I was planning to do. But yeah, thanks for the heads up. All right. Heads up. Choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Choices to take the conversation down side paths and before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in the dialogue. Okay. Read and examine every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. Okay, so we want to go through everything. So we could just say no thanks and end this conversation immediately. So let's just go ahead and say why the disrepair here, by the way. I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? Are they ever going to fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? All right, we'll go ahead and say, what are you here? Yeah, yeah, Batman Twitch, nice. What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thanks for asking. If you're interested, I can send you a link to the information of our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with the information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all. Thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so could you go on a break? You could go on a break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan, counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past the homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right. Thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. That is true. It is fun to make fun of, or to mess with humorless types. Ooh, nice. I like the little... Okay, that's some fun UI up in the top right. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice? No, voice is coming from down the hall. Prepared to yours, probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our jobs is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might as well be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print all that out? 1 document or 100, it looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know him better than their priest, their mother, their big brother? I wasn't gonna say that. So, how many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? Good cop? Oh boy. Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyways. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Quasim London. Quasim London? Okay. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Rise. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments have been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? Holy shit, Reese. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. He never struck me more than just some old timer. But I suppose being an old timer is an accomplishment in of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted? Maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No. We were nearly not that timely. Uniforms responded to emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. Do you think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I might as well bite at this point. So, you suspect this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. Fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. Oh my gosh, Ray's such a fucking bitch. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. Okay, Morgan. Just fucking lie it out of your ass. Okay, yes. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At the street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging the same kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the people do or do not know. When it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard his MO. Media's gone crazy with it, along with everyone else. One bullet, straight through the heart, body left to die where it falls. Me when I lie? Yeah, Batman. Hence the name Heartbreak? Ooh, and we got a little thingy on our phone. Is that a new profile? It is. Oh, we got a bunch of new profiles. Okay. Dislikes getting caught. Fair enough, Heartbreak. Probably red. Probably not into astrology. Okay. Yeah, and we got Rays here. Farah Rays. Good for her. Weight 63 kilos. Okay. Yeah. And then we got London over here. Good on him. All right. Sure. All right. Oh yeah, we have some more just random stuff. for some stuff that doesn't really matter. I'll probably check this all out later, but none of that seems to be super important. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6. That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great, but shooting 6 people with an accuracy like that, it's a whole different beast. It takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Old-timey car girl? Yeah, definitely old-timey car girl. No, by the way, I just want to say the fucking style of this game is fucking on point. I love all the different like the fucking the shots, the positioning, all the different like UX. It's awesome. Sounds. Let's go with sounds robotic here. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that? No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in the police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky. I guess they're all just firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill. They have been for decades. But they don't commit murder. Right. Evil like heartbreak is all organic. And that's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders. Indie games for the win? Hells yeah. Indie games are awesome. They do make such good shit. Ugh. Well, you can only blame yourself for the first missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago, when we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So, you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation, with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Oh boy, chat. This might be a little bit of a hard case. Chat. Hold on. Look, I seriously. Oh my gosh. Raphael, hi. Live, yeah, live. We're having a good time with this game. Okay, chat. I've done some wild shit out there. When it comes to defending a client, but this one's tough. But I've been in this kind of situation before. By that, I mean in a mock trial. That's a story for later, though. Well, that's not good, is it? You can see the pain in her smile. She's like, God fucking damn it. What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files, and the ARCs, of course. Join the local net on your phone, and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here? Oh, nice, Raphael. Unfortunately, term definitions are required for reading, world building, and immersion. Okay. Okay, I'll do that then, once this is done. Okay. The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. It's not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever, just let your client stew in interrogation for all night, for all I care. Interro. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Okay, chat, we got some stuff we can look at. We've got a bunch of terms here. One of the things we definitely want to check out is ARCs here. This is augmented reality crime scene. An investigative tool. Okay. Yeah. Used to be used by every major police force. After its introduction in the early 2060s, came under public scrutiny when independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials. So ARC's data is not something that we can rely on. That's important to note, chat. Oh, hi there, Estrella. Holy grammar. Yeah, grammar. Yeah. These reports were later found to be fake, and the UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of Cell Corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC technology at the time. So we had some potential like information showing that like the ARC's data might be like fucked up, but then apparently it was exposed that actually that wasn't the case. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of the set Cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC. Well, okay, and the settlements remained sealed because of course they were sealed. I'm gonna very quickly look over these ones. So automated dependent, these are robots and intelligences. And we got new tax clarifications that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment because it offered tax breaks and lighter tariffs. The term became so commonly used that all branches of robotics have now used it. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but due to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Ooh, okay. So artificial intelligence seems to be outlawed. Okay, chat, tariffs mentioned, take a shot. Lele, hi. Thank you so much for the congratulations. I appreciate it. Thank you. Arigato. Glad to see you here, Lele. We're just playing through this game. We're having a good time. All right, we're going to look for conductive resin here, chat, and then we're going to go on to questioning the two detectives. Okay, so we have conductive resin is an electrochromatic polymer. Interesting. I wonder if it's made out of carbon. We'll find out. Upwards of 100 different varieties of conductive resin used for small handful formulated for the military. Okay. Conductive resin is frequently accused of engineered obsolescence by consumer right groups, though these claims have never been proven before in a court. See, screen cracked, schedule fix here. So seems like we've been using this industrial polymer in a lot of different electronic capabilities. Okay, I'll tone down the backseat now. Just want to see some peeps to see the game, everything the game has to offer. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Batman Church. I've been in that situation where like I really want to be like, come on guys, there's a lot of here. But no, I'm gonna be trying my best to enjoy and explore this game and see everything it has to offer because I'm having a great time so far. Let's look at this here, chat. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Ray's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't time to unpack, or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. Wow, she's pathetic. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered around lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. So it is your birthday. Oh, thank you, Raphael. Yeah, appreciate the happy birthday. Yeah, it's my birthday today. I'm just having fun, just streaming. And he doesn't look like a paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better on paper. I'll give him that. Alright. Got that. I think I saw something else. Yes, here. Ooh, we have another little data sheet here. Okay, so the cells of a new, Animate 16. Latest iteration. Okay, we're skeptical. Oh, so this is the new Android that came out. Okay. 50% organic components, warm androids. Okay. Okay, I see. Alienated customers in the industrial and military sectors. Poised to break profitability. So these are like organic androids. That's really interesting. Huh. I wonder how it's done, this organic androids. We'll have to find out. They're the work of the famed lead programmer, Dr. David Assure. Okay. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said their ambassador on Noble Industry Weekend. Okay. Yeah. While his reputation is on full display in the event, Dr. Assure himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always like reclusive. He's become a genuine hermit. Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to help put... Okay, yeah. Okay, he's in the news again. It's no wonder it can't spit without it landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Especially not when the state's involved. Don't know if they'll buy it when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... Ooh, right. Yeah, we can choose. If I remember correctly, didn't it say that it was too expensive? Yeah, due to increased maintenance. Well, it's increased maintenance due to maintenance cost cuts, scratches and bruises, and like. Well, okay. Let me see here. Yeah, isn't it fragility then? Warm androids. Impractical due to, yeah, increased maintenance, cost cuts, scratches, and bruises. Okay. Looks like you're using an ad block. Yeah, I know. I fucking hate that shit. The game is so accurate for having all these articles fucking like locked behind one of those bullshit. I think it's too frail, right? Well, it's too expensive due to maintenance, but that's caused because of the frailty. Okay. All androids. It seems like we got that answer right. That's good. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every single time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Subscribe to read the full article. God, I fucking hate that shit. Ugh. Just keep refreshing the page and scroll down. What I tend to do is I tend to refresh the page and then hit the print button. That works on like 80% of websites like that. Because a good amount of those websites will actually just load the entire page first and then splat you with the thing. So if you reload it and then you instantly try to print it, it'll actually have the full loaded thing on the print page, which is really nice. Yeah, I use the print function, yeah. You can also use archive.org, if I remember correctly, or a link like that. Those tend to bypass those kinds of restrictions as well, but it's annoying either way. Okay, yes, this here. Loose wires, missing panels, and an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operations would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy if our dear doting surveillance state eliminated so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. That's a fucking line. If your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. Okay, first time me hearing that one. I like it. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping ground for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay, nothing else jumps out to me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with at least. Now, I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. Okay, we've been granted access to the state files. Confirm. Okay. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads usually are more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. We're just gonna argue with this fucking thing. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. It's case sensitive. Damn, giving girly some more shade, lol. Yeah, straight up. Oh my gosh. C. Thank you. All right, we got it. Okay, and this is an A. We got our automated, yep, arcs. Okay. Ooh. Augmented reality crime scene. All right, chat, let's investigate our crime scene then, hey? No. All right, let's see what the police have and what they think is important. Okay. All right, let's check out the body. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Atrium and aorta, that means they were hit in the heart. Aorta is the biggest artery of the heart. Very, very, very big. You get hit there, you die instantly, essentially. Single gunshot wound to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. Yep. No injuries anywhere else. No blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter and forensics and all the other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Okay, that's important. We could probably use that, depending with the doorway specifics. Alright, let's look at the gun. The murder weapon, a revolver found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the guns being fired 6 times. So this definitely is a regular revolver. It seems like they didn't, like, remove the casing every single time they shot. Looks like the crime scene text practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. That's strange. So he was found by the police with a murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Yeah, chat, we're having a bit of trouble with our client here. Don't worry, it's still not over. We still have a chance. It's fine. Believe chat, believe. Okay, a stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered, far enough to land on the victim's body. That's weird. What a mess. Okay, wait, hold on, chat. The victim didn't have any other injuries other than the gunshot wound, and yet apparently there were glass shards scattered all over the victim's body. Did none of them, like, cut the victim or do anything? Also said it was over the victim's body, so that must mean that the... Yeah, okay. If the glass had shattered before the victim had died and fallen over, the glass would be underneath the victim's body, right? But the fact it was over the victim's body means this window, this glass, was shattered after the victim had died. That's strange. Or I suppose it could be... Well, we'll find out. There might be more to it. This does look like kind of like a bullet shot here, but... I don't know. Let's see. Seems like this vase got tossed over at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this, but no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown in. Whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris? Indeed, chat. We gotta figure some shit out here. Flag is irrelevant. That's their technical assessment. Guess even the crime scene techs weren't even sure what to make of it. Did they not try to test it? Send it to a lab? Obviously, when you got unidentified dust, there's a lot of things it could be. But there's some few basic tests you can do in a lab to at least cut down on the potential suspects quite quickly. Okay, that's everything the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? We're not going to wrap it up just yet, chat. We've got more to look at. Yes, look at that. We got something underneath the body. We also have this, 27 degrees. I assume, is this Fahrenheit or Celsius? Please tell me it's Celsius. 27 degrees would be pretty hot. Time, okay. Yeah. Well, I guess this is just the background poster. It doesn't really matter. But we are missing this. Something in the victim's hand? How the hell did... Oh, it's just a pill organizer. Good question, yeah. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs. NSAIDs. Aren't those for allergies? NSAIDs? Whatever you'd say them. Triprixaxone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication. I'm sorry, chat. I can't pronounce it very well. Want to say F, but if it's C, could be hot from all the constant neon signs. Maybe. It's probably Fahrenheit, which means very cold. taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. Rejection symptoms? Like for cybernetics or like prostheses? Yeah, phantom pain would imply that this person's like lost a limb or something along those lines. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. Okay, so she did have these drugs. She didn't take them. She could have easily swallowed every medicine in the cabinet in the city, and it still would have changed the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. It is a little weird that she had her medications and she hadn't taken them yet. It wasn't in the middle of the night? How's her tox screen completely clear then? Non-steroid anti-inflammatory drugs, paracetamol. Oh, yes. Okay, they're anti-inflammatory drugs. Okay, so let me look at the backlog really quickly. So yeah, so she's taking probably some immune system, like something that would suppress her immune system, some inflammatory suppressants as well, and something that would reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain. So she clearly must have like gotten some sort of like surgery or like cybernetic implant then. There's no way in hell she didn't. Or maybe it's possible she could have also gotten an organ transplant. That's also possible. Alright. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is very incriminating. But the kicker's everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Implants in a sci-fi setting? Never. Yeah, never. That never happens, chat. Never. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing my supper this time. Better get start. Who the hell is messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is, I suppose it could be something important. Currently texting with Brat. Oh, I'm okay. All right, great. I want to see this. What's up? What's up? What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me that you violated parole. Lol, not that kind of job. Sides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of just can't handle with the whole keyboard and phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Oh my god, this fucking person. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, let me finish. What do they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish. They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomach ache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so. Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Fuck it off, fuck off. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is it the kind of morbid things you kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder is like Cardi B is like quaint. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? Oh, hi, Mono. Hi. Thank you so much for the happy birthday wishes. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. We're currently playing this wonderful game of the devil. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Also, I do take the 98% conviction rate as a challenge. Yes, I do, game. You taking up a lost cause? Prob nose work? It's called pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concerned nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or maybe just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. Hey, I was playing this game yesterday. Oh, sick. Well, don't spoil it for me. I'm currently going in blind, but glad to hear that. I'm having a wonderful time with the game so far. You should go to Bread Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday because today is Saturday. What's with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. Shit. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important message, I take it. Just your typical teen drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. I spent like 30 minutes on this one conversation. I couldn't stop laughing. Yeah, no, it was a good one. Huh, no, it's Tuesday. It's not quite Tuesday for me yet, though it is Tuesday for you, Raphael, where you are at. I want to double check and take a look at our evidence here before we start questioning. So we've got the ARCS data. Here's the basic gist of it. The victim was shot from the room's doorway. We didn't see any unexpected data, crumbs, fingerprints, or evidence of digital tampering. Okay. The debris was some ceramic debris of indeterminate origin. Found... Okay, hold on. Right. Found on the far side of the room by the western window. By the western window? That's strange. Technician's note, flag is irrelevant on next pass. Okay, dickhead. Okay, I'm gonna look for now. I haven't finished chapter 0, so I'll be gone. Okay, Mono, thank you for coming in here. Thank you for looking. Hooray for Saturday school. Oh, Badman Twitch, you can't say that. I used to go to school on Saturdays. And Mondays. I only had 1 day off. When I was in high school. Shit was fucked. Okay. But yeah, it was found near the western window. That's might be important to remember. We also looked at glass shards here. Pieces of glass from broken standing window mirror found at the crime scene. Said mirror was low tech for the machine. Okay. He have enough force to scatter shards of glass onto the victim's body. So yet again, it's onto the victim's body. It's not under the victim's body. That means it had to be broken after the victim had at least lied down. Okay. Or laid down. Let's look at the autopsy. Time of death was 9 p.m. Cause of death was ballistic trauma. Okay. Yep, same stuff we've read before. Okay, same handiwork as previous 5 lab message to confirm ballistics match 2. Okay. Message to confirm the ballistics match 2, but did they ever get back on that? Because if they message to confirm the ballistics and we haven't gotten that information yet, what if the ballistics don't match? That could be really important because right now they're trying to tie our client to 5 other murders for this one murder. So if we can get that thrown out, that could be really good for our case. Pill organizer, a common brand of pill organizer, contains a number of prescription over-the-counter medications, right? From mod sensitivity complications. I assume mod here probably means cybernetics. The case's clasps are surprisingly difficult to open. Huh. Then being that difficult to open probably means... Huh. I wonder why that's included as a thing. That probably means that the pills couldn't have just been like strewn about everywhere. Like it couldn't have just been easily dropped and then strewn about. So if the pills are missing, then that means someone probably deliberately opened it. Okay, trying to get my little detective brain going. A 6-chambered 10mm revolver, well maintained but old, has Flat's left-hand fingerprints on it. I assume Flat's our current client name. We've got the vase here, an unremarkable ceramic vase, found knocked over, weighty and sturdy. It remains featureless even after being tossed. Strange that it didn't take any damage. Guess it must have been... Was it knocked over, or was it just, like, slowly laid over? I wonder. Some of this stuff doesn't seem to really add up, but we'll see. We'll also look at this. The Internet of Things. Data sharing. Okay. Right. Ability to connect and share information, mass opportunities. One of the coolest ways, usage of crumbs. Small packages of data containing your unique identifying information. Oh, so they're like cookies. I see. Throughout your day, your own devices say hi to other devices. They leave crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs can allow for paperless identification. So the fact that crumbs weren't found in the crime scene means that, like... Sorry, let me go down here. It means that, like... Yeah, that's actually really strange. So there's no, like, evidence of our client being there outside of the fingerprints. What is Wild Wasteland? Oh, that's from a Fallout New Vegas. It plays a little Wild Wasteland sound from it. One of the friends I have suggested I add it. It just plays a little fun sound. Nothing crazy. Okay. And here we got the other premium account bullshit. Wonderful, wonderful. Alright, let's start questioning. Okay. So we actually have a couple of options here. Let's start with the basic details here. Also, just in case I mess up here, I'm gonna save the game. Alright, details. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? That's good to double check, chat. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I mean, they did find him at the crime scene. Yeah, but like, if they found him at the crime scene with the blood of the victim's body all over him, why isn't there any DNA of him at the scene? Why isn't there any trace of him at all? That's kind of weird, right? Not saying they're lying about him like being at the scene covered in the victim's blood or whatever, but like, it is kind of weird. You would expect there to be some sort of like evidence left behind for that, right? But we'll find out. Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, well, that's her client's name, good to know, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. 9:50, 50 minutes after the victim was killed. Okay. Using his middle name already, they really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's... Okay, context chat. First-degree murder means that it was done with intent, that it was planned out ahead of time, it was not done in the heat of the moment. Increasingly rare. To say the least... It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got goddamn near City's got goddamn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try to get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's got away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nut jobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? Warm-up. 5 previous bullets. 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online digital profiles. Nothing. Sorry everyone, ad break's about to start. Please hang in there. I need to run the ads. Twitch makes me do it. Okay, let's continue though. So this serial killer chose his victims at random if they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height and comparable weight. While those features aren't exactly uncommon, couldn't it just be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gotta tell me that you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from the portrait, but I can get the hint. So, you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on the... Fucking Morgan just fucking destroyed her. Oh my gosh. What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to display their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on those other similar women. Or he's just so far gone he can't even tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst feeling in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that these previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that was the case, there'd be signs of hesitation, nerves. There would have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots, even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes is usually, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. Oh, okay. If you ask me, what was that? Chat, what the hell was that? For those who can currently still see me here. Okay. Jeez. Apparently she's got some pass there, eh? Alright. Yes, a classic noir cut-in. Yeah. Oh gosh. I wonder what's up with Morgan, this character we've just been introduced to. What? Okay, let's double check the timeline here. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? This is super important. A proper timeline can get our client freed if we do this properly. I may or may not have done that before. In a mock trial. Again, details for later. Can't trust much what comes out of his mouth, but we've managed thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So, they interviewed witnesses? Sounds eerily similar to real police work. Surprising. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with another, starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd be fighting for weeks. As you probably have gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Was there a struggle, London? There wasn't any dirt, skin, or blood under the victim's fingernails. If it was a struggle, it was a one-sided one. One that had no injuries. That seems like a dumb conclusion, London. Fucking think, London, think! Ugh. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. But things go quiet sometimes before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. We got a little bit of a little indication for our floor, and we'll check that out later. But we heard enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right. Emergency services got a burst of call from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at around 9:08 p.m. and establish a perimeter and over the open front door at 9:10 p.m. And then they find your client covered over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. At which point they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, we'll check these two pieces of evidence out later, but if I were to remember, looking at the autopsy report was 9 p.m., but we were told that, like, the police arrived in the scene at 9:50, were we not? It might not be here on this evidence. The fact... Okay. Now they're saying that they instead arrived at 9:10. Okay. What was up with that 40-minute time gap then? Sorry, did you say his hand singular? Your client's modded. Cybernetic right hand. Okay, that's important. Our client is modded. Maybe those medications that we found on the victim is our client's instead of the victim's medications. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a HAO 85 habilis. Industrial grade, looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of... Well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just your eye must be pretty sensitive for you to put the patch on each time. And here, I thought you were a 14-year-old sense of fashion. Oh my gosh, Morgan. Fucking destroyed her ass. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track. That arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money got tight. The arguing. Yeah. When did he put his arm up for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Oh, chat, this isn't good for us. That lines up really well. Oh. Maybe on the ground cops arrived at 9:10. These detectives arrived at 9:50. Ooh, good point. Yeah, it was probably the detectives. Yeah, but that 40-minute time gap is still pretty long. Not saying that anything happened during that time, but, well, I don't know. It's something I'll file away in my brain. It might be important. It might not be. We'll find out. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver, and no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54 6-chambered 10mm. Calver? How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? How old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safeties coded to the owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some sort of antique to commit these crimes? I guess in this context, this is like taking out a medieval sword to kill someone in the modern day. So, kind of unusual. How else do you think he'd gotten away with it the other 5 times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before the update withdrawal sets in. So then, M4, that's model year 2054. Okay, well, 30 years, ancient. What, is this game set in the 22nd century? Okay. Might be. We'll figure that out later. A 30-year-old gun. Okay, late 21st century then. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far, but now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Archival department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. With the protocols they found, techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun that your client was found with. Okay. Don't forget to update the app in your gun. I mean, yeah. This game takes place in 2086. Yeah, that's what I thought. When they said like 30 years ago, I wasn't sure if they meant like from present or just like in general. Anyways, but yeah, 2086. Good to know. And yeah, matching the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun that our client was found with is not ideal. Not ideal whatsoever. Okay. Rifling marks. Oh yeah, Morgan probably doesn't know this because like she didn't, you know, guns of these types were out of her time. Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel shape. So if all 6 bullets have the same rifling marks, we know that they were fired by all the same gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber. That's weird that they were still in the chamber. I guess disposing them would have been difficult, because they're so weird and rare that disposing of them would have been a pretty big indication that something's up. Especially if they were spent, but... Without even needing to reload. The Calver your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun, just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe my client was fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, And then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost some points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. Very true. Reacting to loss of like being stiff, being frozen, not able to like really say anything, that's not that uncommon. And so, as long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. That is a fucking true line. Holy shit. Oh my god. The police will fucking look into you for anything. Jesus. Damn, Morgan, he is out here spitting facts. Okay. Let's look at this option first before I hit heartbreak here, because I'm afraid this might end the conversation early. By the way, I couldn't help but notice your light on Saf. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around. Aren't any androids in any police station this week, not while the brass are renegotiating contracts. Ooh, okay. Contracts with Noble. Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Oh my gosh, Raze, shut the fuck up. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping at least. But these talks never last long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids. Warm, yuck. Might as well call them the adult line. Might see them in bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold. There's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Yet really? Or any day now? Let's go with yet really. I want to see what he thinks. Yet? You really think that'll happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. I love this game. It's amazing. I'm having so much fun with this game, Batman Switch. This is awesome. I love it. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives, with all the pain we have to go through with getting witnesses to talk to us. With your warm personality, I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough the whole neighborhood is here. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already get all of our facts from machines. Give it a few more years. It might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. Oh my god, police union. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Damn. Literally, the only union that gets exist. The police union. Every other union gets fucking destroyed. Well, ain't that accurate to real life, at least in America. My fucking gosh. Alright. Let's talk about heartbreak here, eh? Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable site's doing some real journalistic acrobats trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 10 and 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real way to read. It's not just journalists though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame him though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are endangered species, but if he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Hellworld? Yeah, very much Hellworld. Take a look around us, detective. National day and age registries were busted up that cases never go cold. Cameras on every single street, a phone on every citizen, violent crime at an all-time low, clearance rates at all-time highs. But are you gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along, good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off, but pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged, and with that, makes them predictable. Oh, okay. It does make them predictable. The more desperate someone is in a situation like that, the more predictable they become when it comes to their actions. That much is true. Yeah, well, even if there is nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media to death with case details. That way, when we do feed them, they'll be grateful for whatever scraps they get. Well, okay, that's good to know. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. So Optic? How is that even possible? I know there's some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd let him kill 6 people if he did? The silence is deafening. The silence is deafening. I understand your concern, ma'am, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state's security network. God, this game is too fucking real. This game is too fucking real, chat. Like that fucking what is that security system that got that fucking ad in the Super Bowl in the US? Where it's like, oh, find your dog, and it's like essentially like a surveillance system that's used by the fucking government, the law. Holy shit. God. Okay. Well, Ring. Yeah, that's the one. Ring. God, what in the hellscape, eh? Oh, okay. Let's see. It's not perfect. Just another one of many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as consequences of their actions. Yes, a public panopticon. Yep, it very much is a panopticon. To a certain extent, we really kind of have a panopticon. All societies in history have had a panopticon, in the sense there's always someone judging us, someone thinking about us, someone looking out for our actions, but, well, you know, modern versions of that have become increasingly more distressing. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching those remaining holes take effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kind of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. Okay, so the killer, the HK, has been using the blackouts and have been predicting them ahead of time to move around the city and commit crimes. That's interesting. Hey, it could be worse. You could be forced by the government to age verify and start up of any devices. Yeah, Psycho. Yeah, gosh. Oh my goodness, yeah. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. That's interesting, Reese. If our client has been accused of committing these crimes, then wouldn't he have to be a part of one of those groups? If he isn't, that could work as evidence in our favor for our client. They'd mentioned if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. Yeah, true, if he was a public defender. Well, to be fair, he probably would anyways, but we would have known by this point. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not for tech interfacing. So that just leaves city planning. Does he work construction for the city? HK is only struck at times and locations where the optics would have been down. even with the devil's own luck. Oh, there's the little title screen. There we go. It can't possibly be a coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed, yeah, there was a blackout from 8 to 9 tonight, right on schedule, so to speak. It was for an hour for a blackout. Okay, holy shit. Hold on a second. So we were told the victim died exactly at 9 p.m. and the blackout happened between 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Did the victim die right before the blackout, like, was about to be over? That's strange. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about the DNA from other crime scenes? Was my client a match? Whew. There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect data at any of the previous crime scenes. No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting down a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Very tight opening for this murder. Yeah, true. For this murder, very tight. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. To a certain extent, that is true. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. Wow, you guys suck at your jobs. We questioned some execs, a few CIs. Some even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There's some talk about starting some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is a murder weapon. And that, by the way, is a big vulnerability. At least in court. If you can get that murder weapon thrown out, which would be very difficult, but if you could, this makes their case absolutely fucking worthless, and we could get our client off free. If I can just jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. That's for sure, yep. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a little unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? All right, chat. Now I'm going to look at the phone to check our current pieces of evidence, because we got a lot from that conversation. For one, we got a couple terms here. My God, there's so much. Optics, this one seems very important. So it's just a private, this is Ring. It's just Ring. Okay. Public safety measures in my area, daily security level. Okay. Most effective tools for reducing crime. And serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings where it is considered admissible by default. That's crazy. So optics evidence is always admissible. You'd have to actively get it off of the case. That's kind of, well, it's a good thing there aren't any optics for our thing. Net scrubbing. This is try to, yep, scouring all available data posted on the net to find crime evidence. Interest in the practice. Ooh, wait. When Senator Bancroft partitioned it as a key pillar of his party law and order platform, polling's indicated strongly. Yeah, okay. I see. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah. Okay. Okay, interesting. Let's look at mods. These are body mods. Yep. Very basic stuff based on which section of the user's spinal cord has interfacing. Okay. Ooh, above the neck modding. That's really concerning, at least from what little medical knowledge you know. Anything above your neck, right, on your spinal cord is very sensitive, and is a lot more bundled with basically like neurons and stuff. Yeah, it's if there's anywhere to get like hit with like a knife or a needle in your spine, you definitely do not want it to be above your neck. You definitely want to be on your lower back or something. You could still easily get paralyzed by doing that, but you're far less likely to get completely paralyzed or be severely or just instantly killed for it. All right, we got the Heartbreak Killer. All right, we don't have anything. So there's no public information about the Heartbreak Killer, at least on the net, which is good to know. Oh, hi, Sophie. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Arigato. Or Palantir, the most notorious security services. They've sold personal info to anyone, like the government. Yeah, I've heard of Palantir under, like, fucking... what's the fucking... Theo Vaughn? Yeah, that dickhead. Ugh. We got the digital autopsy. I assume this is locating authentication. Yeah, okay. Comparable processes are offered as paid service by some legal funerary groups to help next of kin recover, delete personal information data. He marketed his defense against data criminals and to steal identities. Well, all right. And we got Calver here. This is the manufacturer of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062. It was bought out by Thortec. Huh. Wait, hold on. Specialist in security. I see. Though no guns have borne Calver branding since production halted in 2016, the once iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions to increase in-game item sales. I assume the video game memorabilia wasn't actual guns. It was just like little like cute thingies. Okay. Let's check out our evidence here. So we have our victim here. Victim is Diane Dawn, a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Perigee Laboratories, found shot in the heart in the bedroom of the apartment where she shares this prime suspect, Carlos Flat. No previous connection with the previous HK victims. Makes sense. It might be just the lighting of it, but her hair doesn't look very brown here, but it might just be the lighting. We'll see, because I remember them saying they was all like brown-haired victims. Okay, suspect's prosthetic. Okay. Yep, 2085 mechanical limb, boasts extremely impressive combination of grip strength, dexterity, low cost of maintenance. Okay, sure. Pretty basic. We got the revolver here. Mark's fingerprints matching Carlos Baker's Flat's left hand. Left hand specifically. Huh. Right, let me just double check. Left hand. And this prosthetic, okay, this prosthetic does seem to be in the right hand. So the fingerprints matching the left hand does make sense. That's a little unfortunate. If it was the other way around, that'd be an immediate, like, throw out the evidence. Roughly marks match, yeah. No other matches for any other forensic data as far back as 2051. Well, that's pretty definitive. Flat's coat, this is the coat that the suspect was wearing. Initial test showed that blood on the left sleeve matches the victim's. So... yeah, the red hand, that being the left hand, and the blood on the jacket, that does all line up. Yeah. Okay. We've got one more profile. This is for Flat. This is our client here. Hi, Sarah. Hi. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Thank you for the happy birthday. Thank you for the subscription. That's so sweet of you. Aww. Thank you so much. Oh, gosh. And my little sub alert isn't working. Damn it. Okay, I'll fix that later. But I set up a new alert for that. But thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. All right, looking at Carlos here. Yeah, 109 centimeters, 94 kilos. This guy's pretty big. Yeah. First degree homicide for the charts. Previously had 2 civil disturbances charges, so pretty minor ones. Yeah, class 4 industrial. All right, well, we'll figure out more about him. All right, let's get back into the game chat. I'm also going to save the game really quickly. Okay. But even so, yep. Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets a conviction. Besides, we're not exactly going to have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. What? Well, that's unexpected. I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for a light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. All right, chat, we got a big confession here. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you. Do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. Not want to control when I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Wish I didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That's strange. This doesn't read like a note from a serial killer per se, or at least not from our client. Also, if our client wrote this, how did he write it? Like, I assume this was like handwritten, maybe? Or maybe this was just typed up on a data pad, but how would you do that with one hand easily? How would our client in general do everything with one hand easily, like shooting at someone with a gun? You sure got your work cut out for you? Look, there are worse cases to be a part of, alright? Yeah. This is interesting. There's not much I can really take from this right now. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. This kind of note seems to imply that, like, it was like quote unquote a crime of passion, but clearly all of these were done, like, were well planned out. This doesn't exactly line up well. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Okay, let me double check the evidence here. Yeah, this just has the full note now. Okay. Twitch chat. I need to very quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put my my stream into the be right back screen. I'll be back in less than 2 minutes. Do not worry. Please hang in there. Let me see if I can actually. Okay, I cannot preemptively run ads, so you don't have to encounter them later. Oh well. We'll be back soon. Hang in there. Hang tight. I'll be right back. Okay, chat. Hi, I'm back. Hi. Welcome back, chat. Good luck, have fun. Thank you, Bad Twitch. Badman Twitch. Oh my goodness. Alright, sorry. My my thingy that I used to check my stream isn't working very well. Yeah, okay. Sorry, chat. Okay, chat is working on my thing that I used to check chat. We're good. Let's continue playing the game because I am having so much fucking fun. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, got a spin on that. No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though. Is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Wow, Reese. God, she's such a bitch. Oh my gosh. Jeez, girl. Calm down. Oh my goodness. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call came out. But I'm not so flush with work I can afford to turn tail now. Ooh. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to go speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have a strong evidence pointing to the fact that this man was responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't unusual or cruel. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Morgan, damn, Morgan, you're so right. She's fine. She's a redhead. It's all good, chat. It's all good. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. She's so real for that, to be honest. 100%. I love Morgan so far as a character. She's great. She's so fucking real. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuffs, or the cuff, that is, stays on. Yeah, I was wondering what they meant by cuffs, considering, you know, our suspect only has 1 arm as it currently stands. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign the confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. Yo, chat, maybe Heartbreak's a good guy. Okay, no, he has a considering murdering 6 women who are presumably innocent, but still, that's damn accomplishment right there. That's a capital crime, if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can't guarantee he's gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Cuffs in interrogation rooms usually ring into the middle of the table, IRC. Yeah, they do. Yeah. At least in TV shows, you see them like a big chain and in like the solid thing in the center of the table. Something like that. Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That much is true. But let me guess, for our client, no way are they going to let him off with like a plea deal that way. This guy's like fucking terrorized the state. They're going to do everything possible to make him like suffer as much as possible. It saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. This is also so true. God damn it, game. This game is fucking on point. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Yeah? Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest in their mind another day in their life. 3:35 a.m. We're continuing. Yeah, I mean, it kind of just reminds me of Luigi Mangione in real life. Like, they're putting, like, all the charges on him as much as possible. The only chance he has is to fight his way through it. Like, no way that pleading guilty is going to reduce any of those sentences. They're going to put everything they possibly can against him. Oh, and here's our client. Hi. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night. What are you... Look, I already told you people I didn't... I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it! I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there and here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side. And they thought that I could have, It's not their job to help you, Carlos, but it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. Okay, chat, let's check our phone before any of this goes further. We've missed out on one of the terms. A virtual work release. Search results being blocked. Great, thanks, government. Ugh. Alright. One more save because I'm paranoid. Let's continue. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions, Carlos. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So, what do you want to know? Okay. Tell me about your basic details, Carlos. Let's bring you in nice and slow. We don't have to start with a murder immediately. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with City Engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must be convinced that he mapped out the optics blackouts using the data he stole from the work. Or from his work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in City Engineering, not a desk job. Ray said he was modded for work and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty utilitarian. Yeah. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as a type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich swapping in neon chrome limbs because they like it that way it looks, or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. Morgan is so based. Fucking love her as a character. Yes, you go, queen. You go, queen. Oh my goodness. He had everything planned out. A whole career path, of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades that would afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present test results, politely informing him that he was not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye. Test the water, you know? Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned. So now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the cracks credit. The new Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he would appreciate the distinction at the moment. I worked at tighter spaces, the high vault environments, mostly canopy upkeep. With the canopy, we learned about that earlier. Okay. Typical stuff for modders, you know? He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here and there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy. You must be under a lot of pressure. Let's go with this one. You must be put under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight. And with this crap with Long, once word got out with the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs was going to come knocking if they misplaced so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah, and no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Okay. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection. Did the therapy not take? It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. Huh? I'm right-handed. Okay. This is really important, chat, because it's his left hand's fingerprints is on the gun, and his prosthetic wasn't available. He got it removed, or it was for maintenance. And so, if that's the case, and he's genuinely right-handed, how the fuck did he shoot all these victims perfectly, right? He could be lying here, but yeah, we'll see. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving. Never thought this would go so long that I had to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then the spasms, just oversensitivity, they said, an easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job set. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, and turned it in my arm, and then watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list you wouldn't. It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no! I'd found a dozen other clients with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning, the manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. Oh, yeah. Obviously, he wasn't able to buy the cybernetic outright. Guy had to get it rented out, of course. Had to have a subscription for it. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. You couldn't even buy or rent a replacement yourself. Just in the meantime, I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up and white knuckle tight. Hindi? How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I would lose the down payment and my arm. And I'll never work in this city again. If this was my last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep, hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain no Kamiko. It's the itch that'll kill ya. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Arm-shaped. Attached to me, that is. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this. What they gave me was a dead-weight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Okay. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling. Have a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits. It's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So, were you wearing it when... Yeah, chat. Well, actually, let me double check chat. I want to look at some of these things. We got phantoms. This is a real thing. Phantom pain. Yep. Stimuli stops getting through the body. Yep. Occasionally, they mistake it as new sensory processing. Yep. Yep. And has become more widely experienced and understood as a result of the spread of body modification movement. Yeah. Oh, we also have phantom vision. What the hell? Phantom visions are caused by faulty installation of cybernetic eye mods. Interesting. My mod hurts. Mod are itching. Is my arm haunted? Ugh. We've also got mod therapy. This is to help, I assume, yeah, get modifications to work properly. Yep. Even minor viral tuning might be employed to modify the body's immune response. Yeah. Okay. We've also got Hinty here. This is for HAL Industries. Okay. Got some more updates on Flat here. We now have a proper art for him. Yep, civil engineer, the canopy. There you go. Student debt sizable. Luck poor. Gosh, Carlos. My goodness. We've also got an update on his prosthetic here. Submitted 5 weeks ago at a HAL Partner Prosthetic Adjustment Clinic due to users had reported sensitivity issues. Okay, so just a basic update on stuff that we already knew about. Cools. So I'm thinking we're going to go with when you were arrested. I think she died will make him to emotionally think about her again. So we're going to say when you were arrested. Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so it can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time of the question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as what can be expected. But this is all just being a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos. You and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out the gate, practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her on, like... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No, Perigee Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix, but a little bit of throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable, like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Yeah, so the place that she was about to work at was the least problematic megacorp that is possible in this universe, which is to say, problematic, but not that problematic. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes. Corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detectives' suspicions. I have to disprove their argument entirely. That makes this way harder. In real life, trying to shift the blame onto someone else as a defense tactic isn't usually like the #1 thing you try to do, but it's a nice thing to have, especially if it seems like there are multiple potential suspects and the police just picked one just because they could, right? And the fact that there isn't here makes her job harder. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. All right, Miss Morgan. I'll try Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We'd been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working, haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. More than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say that you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah, must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed a line and we both knew it, and so I left. You left? Yeah. Walked out of the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Interesting. So he wasn't there, and I presume by the time he comes back, she's just going to be there dead in the apartment. Okay. That's a little unfortunate. Had he witnessed what was going on, we'd at least have something to work off of. Right? But, Okay. Yes, if he brought his phone or any electronics with him, that could be tracked, and that could be used as evidence in favor of us. Okay. Did you bring your phone with us? Sorry, did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics? No. I kind of stormed off. I didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. Oh, ad break's about to start soon, everyone. Please hang in there. Thank you so much. Twitch makes me run them. I apologize. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go for a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have... Oop. Okay, I don't know what happened there. I may... Oh my god. Fucking Windows. Alright, continuing. I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cam is probably... What? What is it? Cams aren't gonna help here, buddy. The optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't... Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. What made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud, and it scared me. It came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. But at some point, I must have started running because when I got back, I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest, and my lungs, it wouldn't. You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. It was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was... The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we had just been robbed, or she had fallen, or... I mean, there was broken glass, the furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name, and she didn't move. I checked her pulse, and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw... the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Picked it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it. Huh? Your fingerprints are supposed to be all over it, buddy. That's not good. Oh, hi there, Batman Twitch. Yeah. Yeah. Our client here is in real fucking trouble. This is a hard fucking case so far. Alright. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. Oh, hi there, Jarvals. Thank you so much for the stretch. I'm gonna stretch right now then. It's nice to see you here, Jarvis. This game has been amazing. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for helping me get it. I really appreciate it. Arigato. It's been so good. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's continue. Happy birthday. Thank you, Jarvis, for the happy birthday message. It's very sweet of you. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful time at least watching this stream and checking in here because it's really good. This game is awesome. Yeah. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he is nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Okay, stay up to date on details of all the evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. Alright, let's quickly double check more evidence. Look at our flat rental here. Okay, currently in police custody. He claims to rarely wear it. Okay. We're also going to have to look at this revolver again. Bears fingerprints matching Carlos Baker's flat's left hand with 99.91% certainty. Okay. And there's no other matches to any archived forensic data as far back as 2051. Actually, fuck it, we ball, Slasher? Hells yeah, we do. Alright, let's fucking do this. I shall. Yay, Jackie. I'm glad to hear that. Let's get ready, chat. We're going to be doing some questioning here. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact. And we know because of your prints. The fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun, but not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid. I should know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in some time after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast. It seemed like the rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said that you were surprised to see the room trashed when you came back. To clarify, You're saying that the two of you never had a physical fight? What? Physical? We never fought. We've never fought like that. Did the police say we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. We know this to be false. The police, like, we already knew this was false to a certain extent. The police probably assumed that the mirror, for example, was broken before the murder occurred. But we know the glass shards from the mirror are on top of the victim's body, which means the mirror had to be shattered after the victim died. Which indicates that there was no actual real struggle. That's also, like, backed up by the fact that the victim didn't have any blood underneath her fingernails or any skin underneath her fingernails. There was nothing to show that the victim fought back anyway against an attacker. And so all that seems to point towards the direction that, like, there was no real struggle. The struggle was faked after the fact. So let's continue. Yeah. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look around at something for me. At the crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from data taken when the police entered, so... Right, it's just that. It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright. I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked like when you left. Try to focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point. The bear got tossed. The cushions torn. And the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry. That's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? Ooh, we got a little nice diagram. So... Okay, that's the chair. That's like the little display. Is that meant to be the bed up here? Or just the... That's the clock. That's the mirror, I presume. Okay. What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, do not be afraid to speak up. It's just the... I guess I assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your try was pretty good, considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Look at the sparkles. Yeah. Quite the artistes. We, quite the artiste here. Gosh. Carlos just be like, no, it's great, actually. It's totally fine. It's awesome. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon. Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in that note that you hurt them? I broke her fidget tubbies. Carlos, come on. You could have been more specific. You could have said sorry for breaking your toys, not sorry I broke them or hurt them. Oh my gosh. Carlos, please. Oh my gosh. Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. Oh my gosh, the fucking... Labubu Slayer guilty. Yep, sorry everyone. Carlos destroyed her plushies. Fucked up. Go to jail. Sorry. Bye bye. They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights, or is what the unidentified ceramic material like one of these that got destroyed? That's interesting. That would explain some of it. Labubu Slayer, innocent. Oh, psycho. Got a little civil war in my chat about what should be done here. or conversation starters. Conversation starters. She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I have chosen violence. I can tell, psycho. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm. I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry, I just ripped it off and tossed it in that room. That cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay. Let's say he did break her frigid duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. That's true. The note is a little bit vague. It can be interpreted in multiple different ways. That's bad for us. Also, let's double check some of the new evidence changes here. Okay, we got flat statement here. Testimony when he left this apartment. The mirror was upright. The clock was on the wall. The chair got knocked over. The bed got tossed. The cushion's torn. I assume when it says got here means like that's what changed when he left. It wasn't like that before he left. Okay, so basically everything right. Okay. So Carlos discarded it in frustration after smashing into the victim's collectibles and hasn't worn it since for the rental unit here. Yep. The fidget tubbies, collectible and fragile ceramic conversation starters. Yeah. Evidently an acquired taste, I would agree. Okay. But if the police insist on claiming that it's a confession from heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so. All right, Carlos. Thank you for answering my questions. Now, I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it? Okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask, what do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that's been trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge. A guy like that out there. He shoots people for the heart, right? The police kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't have noticed any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this low in the uptake, it's going to be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. All right, it's been half an hour has passed. Let's continue. At least in game there is. All right. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. Smoking in a non-smoking area for a feed. Okay. Morgan Bean based. I love it, Queen. You do you. Continue. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It'll be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone think the first time is so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh? And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. I would never go near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff. Oh my gosh, they're called loot boxes in this universe. I love it. I meant more like playing cards. Oh, well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Coulda fooled me there. Well, what I do is a lot. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you've dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And in this metaphor, we're playing poker. And the state's the dealer? You know, if only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. Let's go gambling. He's too stupid to be a serial killer. It does seem so psycho. I don't think this guy's a serial killer. I might be wrong in that, but, you know. But yes, let's go gambling. That's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best as we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually, someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something into their ear. And then, we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. Yeah, Morgan, you should just shut up. Plenty of stupid serial killers out there. I mean, you have to be pretty dumb and be a killer. Yeah, you can. Yeah. There have been plenty of serial killers who have just gotten lucky in the past, right? They just get lucky every single time, or like the people who are meant to be investigating, like the police, are utterly incompetent or actively are fine with them getting away with it. Like, there have definitely been cases like that before, but, well, it's still tough to get away with murder, especially multiple times in a row. Being able to do so for years on end requires, well, I'm not going to say great amounts of intelligence, but it does require you to be at least on the uptake, you know what I mean? Morgan making sure this guy knows about Shut the Fuck Up Friday. Good for her. Yeah. No, Morgan's about to be like, yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Chat, if you ever are ever in a legal situation, like where you're having to deal with a police officer, or let's say you get arrested, okay? If you ever get arrested for whatever reason, shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. I don't care how good you are. I don't care if you've taken a law class. I don't care if you're in pre-law. I don't care about anything. Shut the fuck up. Don't say shit. Ask to see a lawyer. End of conversation. Like, ask to at least be consulted by a lawyer. Depending where you are, that specifics can change. In the US, you can always ask for a lawyer to be there. In Canada, you can always ask to be consulted by a lawyer and then be interrogated for a certain period of time. It's a whole thing. I'm no expert in the topic. All I know is to shut the fuck up. So yes. Actually, I'm going to very quickly fill up my water bottle. I'll be right back, guys. Literally like in less than a minute. So be back. Okay, chat, I'm back. Told you I'd be back right away. Right, but the serial killer in this case isn't dumb. At least not as dumb as Casual Carlos here. That's true. The serial killer in this case planned around blackouts happening with the optic system, right? Made sure to use like an ancient like piece of tech. Whoever the actual Heartbreak Killer is, they know what they're doing. They might not be maybe they're not super duper intelligent, but they're at least not dumb. So that's the strategy. What's up? You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo, ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not the case is to be brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who have to end up having to prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over the long, protracted trials. They all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right. What she said. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. Shut your hole, Carl. Yeah, Carlos, shut the fuck up. Don't say anything here, okay? Shut the fuck up. Do not fucking make this worse on us, please. His written confession, let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for the player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by the numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. And now, I've got the weapons to answer anything they try to throw at me. Written confessions don't mean shit 100% Jarbies, especially when they're as vague as this one. My goodness. My fucking goodness. Well, let's see, chat. We're about to probably do some funny things here. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for analyze the facts as they've been laid out, then review the responses in your hand. Select the hand that best answers the argument and place it in the slot on the right. You can move your mouse over to the opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point you're answering. Okay. Burn the switch, burn the switch. Raze is a fucking bitch. And yeah, so over here he says, yep, he wrote a confession. So we've got debris here. We've got revolver. Is this what we have for hands? It's probably the debris though. This is what the ceramic things were turned into. It was the unidentified debris. I love Reese. Okay, maybe I might learn more about her. So far, she's very annoying. But nice to see you here, by the way. Hope you enjoy my playthrough here. We're having a good time. All right, there it is. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? Yeah. Oh, look at her. Look at her. She's so smug now. She's like, I fucking got you, bitch. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there we go. Win your first hand. I found myself asking that exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene. This diagram of the room, it's created from the data you captured, right? Pure, non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data. Yeah. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Raze is so pissed. Yeah, she's so mad. She's so mad. Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris that was found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Mad because short? She is short as shit. Oh, because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase because that vase is still pristine. How is that even... how is that possible? Carlos, shut the fuck up. Carlos, shut up! Oh my gosh. Carlos, you're making this harder for me. Oh my goodness. The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I tried to thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote an apology over. You're saying the confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fiji Bob. Fidget tack. the fucking theme song. Fidget Tubbies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. We can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Cease, yeah. Oh, Morgan hates these things. Yeah, Morgan does not like the fucking, like, little toys. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from those collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, and the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubby things must have been pulverized through the struggle too. You're really gonna claim you sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. Right? Oh, the rental, because there's probably dust on the rental, right? That could probably be it. Morgan has entered Labubu. Very base of her. Very base of her. Those things love out. Yeah. I don't see anything in the note that would express it. We can quickly look over our evidence here, because the note doesn't directly look at it. Yeah, didn't want anything to happen. I'm not in control. Yeah. And if you look at the rental arm, yep, discarded it after smashing into collectibles. Yep. Okay, I think it has to be the arm, chat. All right. Here. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the Fickle Buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your text found the ceramic debris on it. Yes. Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed. Because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that would log the last time it was worn. Right? Right. I see. I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. It said that rental hand hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten pretty late, Sunshine. Just trying to save us some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled and panicked the note is. You expect me to believe that he was upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded. Setting aside Detective Ray's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken up over their loss. In another world, they would be besties. Maybe. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks that way it does is because of Carlos. Oh, it's because he's right-handed, and when he's writing it looks really scrawled because he's using his left hand. There you go. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? Carlos, shut up. We love rage baiting Reese. We do. Oh, I fucking love that shit. So the reason why that note looks like gonna Salamo scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. Rage baiting my fat detective. Yep. I tend to think better writing than typing, and I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside like ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established your client's remorseless. Now, let's get back to the reality of the situation. See, Counselor Carlos is just too dumb, like a puppy, dumb but innocent. Yes, exactly. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to that big old goddamn gun that has just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is. But what, are you gonna claim it's not his, that he's actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. As arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best thing you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What'll be next? Are you gonna tell me he actually wears extra small? I could raise here. We're not. We're gonna stay. He doesn't wear an extra small. See, Carlos. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah, sure. There's no way your evil twin you've forgotten to mention. We're gonna stay in. There's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. Not gonna even go for the mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I'll need to get there eventually. But going there now, without hard evidence? Yeah, we can't really do it. I can prove a third party, we can't. Yeah, I don't think we can in this current moment. It'd be kind of wild to try, but I don't think we can. Trying to do that in a court of law is possible. No, kind of. I have tried it before in a mock trial. I keep referencing the single mock trial I've done because, like, it's my one achievement. Okay, we're gonna say we can't prove a third party here. I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It's obvious she had something there. I wasn't going to win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. So yeah, she won this argument for now. You'd still need to have a shred of evidence, I'd imagine. Yeah, usually. In the mock trial we stuck to a story that our client had given. Because I was the defense attorney for the mock trial. And it was a bad story, but we decided it was worthwhile sticking to the contradictory story he told, rather than trying to make up a new piece of evidence or trying to make up a new story to be convincing. We decided it's better to stay consistent with a doubtable story than it is to keep flip-flopping. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart, hey, but not illegal either. And that's all? He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. Dumb but innocent, yes. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. And here I thought the room smelled like... Psst. Morgan, what are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. Oh, Laylee, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm glad to have you here. Playing dumb is easy. In a way for us, maybe, but I'd actually say it's harder than some people would expect. Playing convincing dumb can actually be quite hard depending on the circumstances. People who are trying to play dumb will tend to add in too much details in places when they really shouldn't, or make up things too much, or not admit when they genuinely just do not know something. You know, it can be more difficult than you might expect. It's just so, doesn't that like make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent, and that means having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Yeah, I was about to say, that's not exactly true per se. But, you know, Morgan's great at bullshitting. Plenty of innocent people are in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't counsel the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. Morgan is just spitting bars, my gosh. Me when I lie? What was it that it reminded me of? Alright, here it is. I too turn green in real life when I lie. They don't got bags like Morgan. They do not. No. Yo, Morgan's doing great. All right, here it is. 1 bloodstained jacket, fresh from the lab. Ooh, we got a little update to our evidence here. Let's check it. Wearing the coat the suspect was wearing when he was taken into custody. Back from analysis, blood on the sleeve matches that of the victim. No other details of any forensic significance can be found. Interesting. Okay. So, what's your angle? Are you gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. So, what the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of a good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing in your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart by a gun that happens to be an old pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves that he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? Contrary to Sprites, Reyes has pretty fat bags too. Fair. Okay. Everyone has fat bags here actually, cause it's fucking late. In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can. What you can feel on the coat from your hands, what you can see on the coat with your eyes. You can smell. Is it gonna be... I actually don't know where the game is going here. I might be missing something. Yeah, so it has blood on it, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna be looking at it in all likelihood. Yeah. And then I'm just trying to figure this out. The revolver. Yeah, so his left hand was bloodied. Smell? Why smell psycho? I don't get it. Why would we smell in this instance? Because right now we're trying to prove... Let me see. What sense you use doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll see. I think it'd be powder burns or something. You can smell gun smoke from the blowback. Maybe. If this is what the game wants, if that's what the game wants us to do, that's a pretty big jump. Yeah, no other details of any forensic significance was found. You look at it. Okay, I'm gonna go for my gut here. Yeah, we'll just go with my gut here. We're gonna go with C. Might be wrong. Always take into consideration the cards in the stack. Yeah, with the revolver, the autopsy. I guess I should check the autopsy as well then. Good point. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, single bullet pierced. Death was instantaneous. Same handwork to match ballistics, match 2. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, huh? Class 4 blood loss, time of death. No, none of this seems to contradict each other. What's the game like wanting me to do here? The only thing I can think of here is like the timing. Like there should be blood all over the revolver if there's blood on the jacket. The thing is like that isn't the case because like could have shot her and then the blood would have gotten all over his hand. You know, assuming we're going with their line of the story. Even if our line of the story, that doesn't like that matches up as well. I don't see anything here that would like contradict anything. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm probably gonna get this wrong. We're gonna go with C here. All right, let's see. Just tell me what you see. I see a coat with a lot of dead woman blood on it. And you? That's not gonna work. Truth is plainly there, but this isn't the kind of detail you can see with your naked eye. Okay, maybe it is the smell of the gun blowback. That might be it. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. Okay, good point, Psycho. You were on it. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of cigarettes. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. Well, from the powder that burns, when the hammer hits the casing, long sleeves will catch it easily. Learned that when I started hunting. Yeah, this is just, smelling the jacket that turns me pink. Lol. Yeah, this is, I guess, is a not knowing a shit ton about guns. Seeing and sensing did not take into account the gun being on the stack. Yeah, I suppose so. I guess the gun, yeah, you're right. The gun should have made that really obvious. It was talking about the gunpowder residue. You're right, Badman with Twitch. I don't know why I didn't consider that. Part of this is me just like, I personally am not very familiar with guns in real life. I've never handled a gun in real life. So there's some amount of like, I don't know this personally, but no, that's a good point. All right, I'll have to take that in mind next time and see how those threads can connect in the future. Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your parents, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. To be fair, this relies on a bit of out-of-game knowledge for this bit, or a leap of logic. Yeah, it was a little bit of a leap of logic from the game's part, because none of the evidence like directly pointed to it, which is fine. It happens sometimes in some of these games, so. Yeah, that's what I was like. I thought you have to do something with like the gun being or not being present on the gun. That's why like I went for sight there, but no, it was with the residue. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we use. Electricity, magnetism, even air pressure, sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. They don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You've talked my ears off about how difficult it is to track down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. It's interesting that Morgan knows this about gunpowder stuff, like, because she's not that old, right? Like, how does she know this shit? Makes you think. Morgan might have a little bit more to her, right? So then his coat, if you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. It's true. The lab report did not said there was no other forensic evidence that was like relevant. Well, whatever. This just means that he washed it off after shooting her or changed his clothes. That's not possible because the blood is still on his coat. If he had done that, he would have also washed off the blood. But it would have been pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really have gone through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? Yeah, that's what I thought. In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you consider the charges Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now, sorry. Should topple over at any moment. Lamau, yeah. I would expect lawyers working homicide cases to know how guns work, even slightly older ones. To be fair, she has said this is her first homicide case that she's defending. She has worked in other cases, so she might still be familiar because of her field of work, but it is a little interesting that she, you know, it's a little interesting that she knows this kind of stuff. But who knows? Maybe she's just well-read. They're faltering now, should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. That gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit it, things were pretty dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message? Huh? And if handled improperly, some guns leave burns. That's guns with slides. Revolvers don't do that. Rotating chambers will spent cases out. Yeah. The casings are kept in. Whoa, you did it. Yeah, I did do it. Yay. Well, Ray's just got some of the message. We'll see what this is about. Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reese? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Oh boy. Chat, don't tell me there's a fucking photo of him shooting her. Come on. Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. We could raise and be like, she must be bluffing. She must have something. It's kind of, it'd be insane of her to have to bullshit here right now. I'm gonna go ahead and say she must have something. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure, there was, but this isn't from optics. A good thing I held my tongue. Why did I lose credit there by holding my tongue? As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig something up from outside the network. Let's go yeah, hells yeah, let's go gambling. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Okay, this is a shitty ass photograph. This isn't fucking... Wait, this is it? This is your piece of evidence? That's it? Huh, they really wanted you to gamble, I guess. Yeah, I guess they did. Okay, the quality is lacking. That's a whole lot of... It kind of ate it. Well, it isn't actually nothing, chat. Two things. First of all, look at the arm. That's very important because of our client apparently wasn't wearing the arm at the time. And also look at that clock. It's still up on the wall while the shooting's about to happen. The police were trying to say that the struggle happened after the... the struggle happened before the actual shot. Which would mean this clock shouldn't be up here on the wall, but it is. So that's an important detail to keep in mind about this photo. Mandatory losses? Yeah, I guess suppose so. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of an evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? If you raised, you would have lost more. Oh, okay. That's good to know. No. With the scale their tools operate on, I guess chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's far cry from the worst case scenario I'd envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, the neighbor was on their phone, probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way were acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get the shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. Yikes. Yeah? And you could kiss it admissibly. You could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. There's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. What? Okay, what are the... Okay, we got a DA to work out. Look, watch out for a chat. Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving the police station anytime soon. That photo? What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my clients? You think? Morgan is done with shit. Look at her. She's so fucking done with her bullshit. Oh my gosh, I love her. We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight, so he must have shot it with his left. Yes, we've also established he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Oh, mom's done for this brat shit. Yeah, no, Morgan cannot fucking be... she is done with her bullshit. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you're going, you somehow end up dry. That doesn't mean it didn't rain. London, that's a shitty analogy. That's not what would happen, but whatever. Yeah, okay. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real if both are true. And that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words, never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly? Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DN on the phone's owner and ask them where, why even bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious he was taken from the north window. From the north. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... Oh, look, the mirror. Yes. Huh. It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. Yeah, we definitely raise here. She's wrong. The photo was taken from the west, or... Oh, hi, Rat Queen. Hi. Nice to see you here. Thank you for coming in. We're playing Of the Devil. This shit's so much fun. I'm having such a fun time with this game. I think we raised here. There's no way it was taken from the north. Look at our evidence here. Yeah, we have the crime scene map. Yeah, here it is. Bird's eye view of the crime scene. So there's two issues with it being taken from the north. Number one, the victim would have been in the way and would have been in the shot. Number two, the window would have blocked it. Those are two issues with that theory. It being taken from the west, like from this angle, makes more sense. Yep. Shows a western window 8 feet facing the eastern wall. Also, yep. The clock's in the shot. Yeah. Facing the southern hallway. Yep. Data recorded from the civilian's phone. Camera's not set to photo mode at the time. The quality has been severely limited. Yep. Indicate there's already been cleaned up as much as possible. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, huh? Okay. Alright, chat. Let's raise. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, detective. This photo has to be taken for the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken for the west? The autopsy results tell us this victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tell us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. Yeah. And now raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Answer wrong and you'll lose more credit, but answer correctly and you can back up more credit for trickier hands down the line. Ooh, we literally get to stake shit. Altogether, that tells us this photo must be taken for the west window. As long as you consider... Okay. Nope, it's not the vase. It's the statement. The mirror was upright, the clock was on the wall, the cushions on the bed were neat. It has to be the mirror being upright, right? It has to be the statement. And how do I max this out with the thingy? Oh, alright, maxed out. There we go. All in, baby. Let's go fucking gambling. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it? Oh, hi, Celexia. Thank you. Thank you for the happy birthday. Appreciate it. Yes, and you are a pretty dragoness. The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it and get my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Oh, we're gonna say the time of death is correct, right, chat? So we look at this piece of evidence, or at least from the clock, looking at, because I noticed this earlier. That's 9 p.m. It's roughly, yeah. You can see here, that's the hour mark. That's 9. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. I think that the time of death is correct. We raise here. He's wrong. The time of death is correct. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors are all agree. The time of death was 9 p.m. Right? No mistaking that. So then, what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. Oh, sorry everyone. Ad break's about to start. Please hang in there. I appreciate it. I'm delayed. Fuck. Oh no. Raise first before submitting. I did raise for the first one, but did you mean? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll get that details later. Anyways, continue on. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. My client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct. If you had information the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add it to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share information doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Totally fair, Morgan. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is that if the clock was on the eastern wall right before the shooting occurred, then the shooting must be looking for the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m., the same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. You want to claim that clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. There's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. I assume it's the mirror here. Yeah, it's gotta be the mirror broken, right? Wow, a bunch of neat people here? Yeah. Yeah, Zen, you are a bunch of neat. You are neat. Room was trapped before the shooting. Yeah, so if you look at the... Yeah, we can look at the autopsy and then the clock. I mean, I guess let's look at the clock. Oh, no, the clock isn't a proper piece of evidence we have. But yeah, autopsy report, 9 p.m. cause of death. Yeah. And then we've got the glass shards here. Yep, hidden a force to scatter shards into the victim's body. Right. And then we've got the photograph here. Yeah. Huh. You also see one if you look in the mirror. My gosh, rat. Yeah. So if it's on the eastern wall. Yep. The clock was on the eastern wall. Yep. It's the mirror, right? I don't think it's the vase, because the vase wouldn't be... Would the vase be visible in the photo? No, it doesn't matter. If the vase was visible, that would prove that it didn't. Okay, so it has to be the mirror. I'm pretty sure it's the glass. Chat. Let's raise the stakes. We're gonna raise the stakes here. I'm gonna do a little bit of safe scumming. Just in case I'm somehow wrong on this guess. Let's see. Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they were on top of the victim's body. Yes, we're finally getting to this. Yes! Woo! Chat, we're talking about this. I pointed out this detail like a million fucking years ago, okay? The safe scumming, I'm not really safe scumming, I'll be honest. I just didn't, if I put a stake to everything that I lost everything, that would have been like something. I would be like, okay. I wouldn't have actually gone back if I just like lost like, I don't know, half my coins or whatever. I would just say, okay, whatever, move on. It's not that big of a deal. Had not. Let's go setups and payoff. Yes, I love the fucking setup. Gosh, fucking glass. I know how to deal fucking glass. I know this shit. I fucking can recognize it. And not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So, what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal, that things got complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems like there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have the photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Fuck yes. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult. Maybe even more important for all of us, time consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove it that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because that man in the photo couldn't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove the room was pristine at the moment of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, the clock was on the eastern wall, which means the photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on the gun is your client. The only thing that matters is he used to murder 6 innocent people. Cackle, if you dye your hair, what color? Purple. It would be purple. I've done purple highlights before. Slasher, that's my personal color. I think it looks good with brown, but I don't know. I'm open for suggestions, I guess. You're quite an honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. Yo, Morgan's fucking going for it. Wish I was smart enough for games like this? I don't know, Selexia. I think it's worthwhile playing. Games like these they're good for exercising the brain. It's a good way to learn to think like a detective, you know? It's, you know, a skill that you have and that you work out. Burn this witch. We're about to find out, chat. You've played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. Are we looking at the mirror? What? What we're seeing is... Learn to think like a gambler. Yeah, you know what the gambler in me tells me? Max the fuck out. Seeing the victim, no cams of the shooting, flat may have known. Okay, it's not the optics for sure, yeah. A mirror. Okay, this is a photo of the shooter. Okay, saying that this is Flat's girlfriend is an interesting choice. It's gotta be the mirror, right? Like what's behind the person. Let me look at the backlog here. We aren't looking at, yeah, so it's talking about the thing in the background, that being the hallway. And we're gonna say we're not looking at the hallway, we're looking at the mirror. That's why it's so reflective. That's gotta be it, chat. Especially if we look at our evidence and we look at the crime scene map. This mirror's fallen over, but it used to be on the stand here, which means it would have been over here on this side of the room. It's taken from the west, and it's got the reflection, and the clock was there. Yeah, it all lines up. Like, yeah. So the clock is behind the mirror here. It was up here. That means the mirror was up here, and that has to be what we're seeing. And if it's reflected, yep, it's bright. You can see in the photo, super bright. It's got to be the mirror. Huh? What is that? You trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from a standing mirror. Ah, yes. Give it to me. We love gambling. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean from that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. Oh, the game is going even beyond this. Like, this is a mirror of, like, the mirror was just reflecting what was happening. Okay, I see. That's what you meant, Badman Twitch. Okay, I got the right answer there. I was kind of off in my reasoning here, but that does explain it. Yes. This also means that, yes, if it was reflected, then this, yeah, everything is reversed then. I got 2 exams. I'm probably going to be going to HRTs. Oh, damn, Rat Queen. Nice. I hope that all goes well. Flat's girlfriend got shot and then ran in front of the bullet. That's one hell of a theory, Faros. Wouldn't that reflect the clock in position 2? The time would be... No, because... this is the mirror reflection here, I presume, right? And so the mirror is reflecting what's here. Yeah. The angle is a little bit. Yeah, the clock is in the mirror. Yeah. The white rectangle is the mirror. Yeah, yeah, exactly. We're seeing. Yeah, there it is. There's the swap around. We're seeing a killer take aim with her right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. I understand now? Okay, glad so. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad it was recovered. Because it just proved my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Morgan's fucking going ham here. Yeah, look at their fucking faces. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wooden pride in her ear. A bit confusing, but I sort of get it. Yeah. No, the angle with the photo didn't very clearly indicate that, but yeah, I think it makes sense. Definitely with what was given to us. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever, the impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, we're really gonna fucking... Oh my gosh, yes! Alright, chat, I'm locking in. This one's gonna go hard. My client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to the gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing such photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm. He could have sold one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is just ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs a bit. That's the best you've got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. You'd have to bring it to a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS, a record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, where did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well, come on. Unfortunately for you, Detective, I already depicted myself in the chat and used the soy jack. Exactly. Yo, that sequence is so fucking sick. I loved it. Any objections? Come on. We're waiting. She's about to squeak. She is. Oh, Detective. God damn it. This is fucking... It's so sick. This game is so fucking awesome. It's so fucking sick. I love this game. Ugh. Yes. Reyes. London. Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now, I gotta go call the DA. It does seem to go hard. Yeah. You saved the day. Thank you. Yeah, we did it. Yay. And tell her that I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that long. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. My work is my own reward. Sure. Are you playing as a lawyer? Yeah, we are. We're defending our client. As Morgan, a criminal defense attorney. Yeah. I feel exactly the same, counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak to the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino if your kneecap's intact. Yay? But what am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation in Heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. Casino? Yeah, it's part of a gambling analogy the game has had so far, which is really cool. You've got like chips and stuff. It's part about raising the stakes and learning when to back down when you're trying to accuse or move forward and, questioning people. It's super cool. No, that's not what I... Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but... I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Fuck if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services professionals. Doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got it here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try to convince him that I didn't. Morgan treats everything as an extended gambling analogy. Yeah, she does. It very much seems so. But it's fun. I like it. I like her style and her way of looking at things. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos. But it's my job to... No, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. After all what, eh? Yeah, I kind of saw this one coming. Chat. I immediately thought, like, Morgan's really confident here. Why is she so confident? Why does she know these things? Why does she know about the gunpowder residue, chat? Come on. You did it. Congratulations. Yo, look, Batman Twitch. I fucking saw it. I wish I called it out. I wish I did. I did it because I was like, ugh, I don't want to say it in case it actually comes true and then it gets like spoiled. But I kind of wish I did now so then I could fucking be like, ugh. But yeah, no, like, come on. There's a reason why she knows this shit. It's because she did it. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find. Hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain on flooring towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. Your model is gorgeous. Thank you, Celexia. Oh, I hate the vibe was subtle but blatant. Yeah, it was. By the way, you want to know the reason why we got so nervous? Why our character got so nervous about the photo? It's because she was afraid the photo showed her. Because she knew that she would have been shown. Obviously, with the writing, we thought at the time, or at least most people would have assumed, oh, it's because she's afraid it shows the client, right? No. She was afraid it would show her. That's why she freaked out then. And that's why she immediately got relieved when she realized it didn't show her clearly. So, the foreshadowing was there, chat. It was there all the way through. So many things. Ugh, we love it. We love good foreshadowing. Wait, this recontextualizes the wanna bet too? Yeah, it does. It's also why she can bet so easily and why she's always like on top of it. It's because she knows. She already knew all the way through. Oh, thank you for this hydration. Thank you for lucky and selection. You couldn't say it because you couldn't prove without reasonable doubt that she did it. That's true, yeah. I was like, it was just a little theory I had, like a hunch. A little thing like, she's a little bit too confident here. She seems to be a little bit too much into control, you know, but meh. A Rorschach test. Oh my gosh, I can't pronounce it. With a singular universal meaning, vitality at its climax, bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of low-brow appeal. I'd probably start killing people, then my internal dialogue was this cringe. Rorschach? Yeah, it's Rorschach, right? I forgot. I get ya, Morgan. Oh my gosh. Her internal monologue isn't that cringe. She's, you know, it's fine. Oh, there she is. I'm guessing this is a little bit of a flashback. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Also, speaking of, Heartbreak. Hi. Favorite dish, Mapo tofu. You can also see her likes and dislikes changed, by the way. Likes high places, gambling, guns. Dislikes noisy, mud, headphones, batting cages. Yeah, cannot carry a tune. I think hers changed at least, right? Yep, it did. Look, this is Morgan and Heartbreak. There you go. Look at her as Heartbreak. Yeah. All right. Look at her stupid occupation. Criminals. Yeah. Oh, criminal defense attorney, and then criminal, comma, defense attorney. I love it. That's finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh its advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark here. Must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend? Back for an encore of that enthralling conversation. Can't ask her now. Hey! Did you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. Sal Goodman. Okay, another random question. Favorite color? Purple generally. I also like browns. I like reds. I like blacks. Yeah. Slasher. If that answers your question. But I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Gonna be honest, I'm not sure how effective a suppressor would have been anyways. Suppressors don't seem to be very effective in reducing noise. At least from what little I know. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I don't think a throw pillow would have suppressed that much in terms of noise. I'm sorry. I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Even less so on revolvers? Yeah, exactly. A revolver, no, it's not gonna work. Heh, no wonder proclivity towards Lucy. Jackie. Yeah. Depends on the gun, not a revolver. That's for sure. Definitely not a revolver. Cramped places, usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized, even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, there's a broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. This is why she hated the little, like, figurines. Because it messed up her MO. She got really mad about it. Remember why she still hated them? This is why. This is why she hated them. The foreshadowing, chat. It was there. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. For the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corridor ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably something more tastes like bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock over the urn, tear into the sheets with my goddamn frustration to save the fucking treading. They can't be clean. Now I just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. Those little boo-boos, they ruined her perfect streak. Fucked up. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did actively start to aim for the heart, but ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have something better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that has none of their business? All the threads and breakdowns of the goddamn theory crafting. All for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I feel insulted by the label, but no. That's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. Chat, I don't think the developers are fond of the true crime or its consumer base. Yeah, it's pretty obvious they're not. I think that's the correct opinion, by the way. At least the vast majority of true crime. From what I've seen, at best, it's like mildly exploitative and overly dramatic, and at worst, it's like actively harmful. The woman was so pissed that there's fanfics about her murders. I would too. It is absolutely a correct opinion. I'm glad to hear that, yeah. Damn, Morgan's just right. Morgan's great. Morgan has done nothing morally wrong so far. Okay, that's a little exaggerated. He's just some reckless, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. Did he get rejected one too many times or whatever? Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. Morgan's fucking stupid, but she makes good points. Yeah, I like true crime just to laugh at it. Fair, psycho. And now, it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly. It'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air is weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. Also, like, the entire time, by the way, the game showed her wearing gloves. By the way, and so of course her prints weren't on the gun. Cause the doy. I love it. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. Okay, you didn't have to point out the foreshadowing of the foreshadowing, okay, game? You don't have to lap shade that hard. They call this kind of humidity oppressive. But I disagree. The warm tension in your skin. It's like those short moments just after the shower turns off when the steam lingers. She's a criminal defense attorney after all. Also, Morgan, I agree. I fucking love that humidity, that little tension. Ugh, this shit's awesome. Also, it talks about warm tension. That means the temperature in the room was in Celsius. It was not Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that, but I do know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. At least America's improved in one aspect. Which one? Every time I turn off my shower, it's just cold. No, they're using metric in 2086. True, they are. Yay. We'll take it. We'll take it, chat. Police state for metric? Fuck it. I'll take it. Sorry, using my left is still... That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly, and about 1:40 a.m., a posting for Public Defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly the boyfriend would have had enough sense to ask for a lawyer, enough debt that he would need to be provided one. Wow, she fucking knew that ahead of time, huh? Wow. Oh my goodness. Morgan, my goodness. Gamble, okay. Did you mean how to start gambling, how to bet sports on phone? A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. I gotta agree with this quote. Yep. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and, here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would have been doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More was that a fucking Luigi Mangione reference on the fucking looks part? Oh my gosh, Gabe. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. A cold case rotting on the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with a case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there, like lighting up a smoke inside the interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. Oh my gosh, there you go. Oh, she profiled this man so hard, yeah. I mean, I've read it as a critique of the viewer. I'm not sure we'd be interested in Morgan if she was an unattractive man. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's an implication. I like Morgan because she's a fucking badass like woman. Okay, this shit's sick. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked, but obviously everything turned out rosy, and it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings come for the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Wow, dude, she's getting thanked on behalf of Diane, who's dead because of her. Dude, Morgan, that's fucked up. Funny. I didn't even know her name. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Something the matter? No, sorry. It's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she even hit the ground. No, I know, but you ruined his life and he's grateful for it. Yeah, it's fucked up. Morgan, Dexter 2.0. Morgan is better than Dexter, dude. Dexter's fucking garbage compared to Morgan. Morgan's fucking 15 steps ahead of him. But I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me. We'll present the evidence. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARCS data that I couldn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. Maybe you can make sense of it. Yeah, it's the pills. It never came up. Non-lethal doses present. Fuck it, why not? Yeah. What is... Where did you find that? That pill organizer was found with the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled as irrelevant. It seems like it contained tripryxexone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps too for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. That's what I noticed as well. It was hard to like open them up. So I was like, why would a guy with only one arm have it? No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did. Feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was sitting out your medications for the week. To my eyes. Anyways. Well, in a fucked up way, we did kill his girlfriend, but at least give him a little bit of closure, chat. Dexter's last name is Morgan. Wow. Wait, really? Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. I'm not that familiar with the Dexter series, I'll be honest, chat, but... Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again. But overstepping like that is just pure hubris. And hubris invites downfall. I'm really sorry, not feeling well. Hey, Alexia, go lay down. It's okay. Lay down. Lurk if you want to. You can also leave if you need to. It's okay. Go lay down. Take some rest. I want you to take care of yourself, okay? So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. Yeah, Morgan has at least a tiny bit of empathy, maybe. Maybe, in a way. One last question. If you could have a weapon... Ooh, that's actually a difficult question, Slexia. What kind of weapon would I have? Okay, real life lore here of myself. Number 1, I can throw knives. Number 2, I can throw axes. Number 3, I have practiced using a sword before. So all those are technically viable weapons I could use. Yeah. Oh, you care? I think she does care a little bit. I gave that man some consolation and closure today because it was a puzzle. I don't actually care about people because I'm evil. Do not say you have a katana. I don't have a katana. The sword that I had and I practiced was not a katana either. It was from Thailand. I got it from like some island. I forgot. It was like for like 20 Hong Kong dollars. It's like I don't know, 2 USD. Shit was cheap. But yes, do not. Yeah. Why am I not surprised? You're good at throwing sharp objects. What can I say? I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next demo. And no one will ever... District Attorney Rockford. Chat. Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried. By all means. Ugh. Counselor Morgan, morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Bucknell? You do night white noise? Aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. I heart fat lady. Hey, yeah, hells yeah. I love him. Oh, I need her. Yes, yeah, okay, chat. We love it. We love Emma here. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know. since I haven't beaten her once. Wow, seriously? Holy shit, no wonder she was rushing to get it dismissed. This girl could probably fucking destroy her in court. Worse yet, she's a remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her so good at her job, and hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Let's look at Emma's little like profile. Emma Rockford. Nope. Here it is. O plus assistant district attorney. She likes coffee, toffee, haute couture. She dislikes the sun or sunbirds, dead pixels, ice train. She likes eggs Benedict. She plays chess, shogi, idol, savant stars. I assume this is gacha. Cat person, yes. Okay, of course, cat person. Big women have more to love about them than skinny chicks. Yeah, to a certain extent, I would agree. Yeah, like yeah. All right, what's going on, Emma? Oh, well. Actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Well, you must be relieved finding out that you don't have to go to trial against me. No. Why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always the unintended barbs of her. So, you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Rays. They've been reporting to me in preparation for the trial. Preparation for the trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. Lore Idol Savantar is a music-themed party-based tactical mobile RPG, presumably with some gacha mechanics. Yeah, definitely. Eggs Benedict is really funny in her little profile. I love it. Yeah. I'm gay for all women. Hells yeah, Pharos. We love it. So, Reese told you that they'd have the Heartbreak killer in custody, and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much in my mind. So when I heard about the case for the single female victim shot for the heart, I was like, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer. The same serial killer that outsmarted the state for weeks. She's not using his middle name. He was found with a murder weapon. But I can answer that one any number of ways. I think it's the no gunpowder, right? I think that's it. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Hey, at least I got the right one with the coat. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. He's dominant arm modded, with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not with it getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention he's too tall for Belix's entry angles, and probably too heavy to me even not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance. Out fucking yeah, no, she's insane. Emma's crazy. She's actually fucking dogging on her. Oh my gosh, Morgan is getting destroyed. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like you would have pointed all that out the minute you walked in there. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, right, probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of criminal psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Well, we got a little new thingy here. We might as well look at it. Profiling. Trying to get in your date. Oh, okay. It's just a dating profile. Let Valentine take the reign for automated, secure, confidential tools to put forward your better than best foot forward and put the sexy back into finding the right match. Yeah, okay, whatever. I need her. It totally didn't take looks at stream time that long. It did take us a little bit, chat. It was worth it. There were some sick moments, though. Kind of fell out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100, the who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I bet to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice as to how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. About that profiling. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique. The theory is that the crime can tell you something about the person who committed it when it comes to nature. Stabbing, overkill, points of passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison, guns, meanwhile, physically they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of reoccurring themes in their stories. The detectives say that HK doesn't leave any evidence. So, how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. Okay, I'm finished, but touching up on something real quick. Okay, take your time, Slasher. If this turns into a recording. No, Psycho, it's not. It's fine. No, we're not. This is going to be a cool, sick game. It's rare to see her this animated outside of the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playful, lethal instincts coming to life. Morgan really seen the shoulder stocks around her? Yeah, 100%. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor, I would be the, know what I mean? Oh, definitely. And considering that marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. Doesn't that mean that heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. They'd be like a stallion applying for a job at a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how to put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. Oh my gosh, she's actually like fucking Emma's fucking getting close. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I do not do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how do they know about the blackout thing? Crime meta statistic analysis, probably. Bachtel. Take the emergency response times from across the city, map them out, look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips, and... Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With map, a spreadsheet, a calculator. Anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. Describing her as playfully lethal is fucking destroying me. Morgan really yeah. I wouldn't even wait for a 10th of a round. Oh my goodness. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. What about Heartbreak's MO? Well, at least this Heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident that he can do just fine without it. And it just makes it even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not too overly focused on the victim's appearance anyways. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they all kind of look like Chat. 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 Fuck. Fuck. Toxic Yuri. Oh my gosh, Estrella. Morgan. Oh my gosh, Morgan. There's something psychosexual going on here. Fucking yes. Oh my gosh. Holy shit, chat. Oh my goodness. Okay. Murder Yandere Yuri flying. Do they? Morgan's learning more about herself. Sure. What, you don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature wasn't the bullets or the guns, it's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake. Welcome to Death Note, Yuri. Oh my gosh. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary, I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. Oh, wow, she's fucking reading her. With that, I'm going to go to bed now. Okay, have a good bed, Psycho. Night-night. Thank you for tuning in for the stream. I appreciate it. You make them sound like a child. Childish. And cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile will tell you all that? That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one. Oh my gosh, the fucking Yuri. Chat. Oh my gosh, chat. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck, I just need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you more resources. No, Morgan. I mean, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I would never catch them. It's literally Kakaguri Death Note. It is. It literally is. Yeah. This is amazing. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fuck, of course the fucking music cuts off. Fair enough. Woof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less but harder? You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always more than happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. No hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. No hard feelings at all. Yeah. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first into the table, I won't even take a picture. Pfft, okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. The police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside, work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing it, but never quite quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the... Morgan! 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 Holy shit, it's the gayest woman alive. Okay, let me finish that line. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Episode 0 and this lesbian X of it all. The Yuri goes crazy. Subtlety is for cowards, I agree. Yes. That's the end of the first fucking chapter. Oh my gosh, chat. Look at that. Would you look at... Ooh. Or sorry, chapter 0. Okay, hold on. Maybe this is the end screen. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry. I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well be a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be on. Really? Really? Educational too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Oh my gosh. Chat. Oh my god, chat. Evil Little Bug. Patrick MCF. R-Renders. Patrick MCF. R-Renders. Oh my gosh. Ryan Mulholland. Briston. Hugh. Maxi. Sadie. Thumbbutt. Collimander. Wee. Xenons. And Adrian. Anna. Killjoy. Okay, yeah. Dev Talk. Wow, okay. Thank you so much, developers. This was an amazing fucking This is episode 0, chat. I want to just let y'all know. This is episode 0 of this game. This episode is free. This is free online. Only episode 2, 1 and 2 and onwards you have to pay for. This is episode 0. It's pretty decent. I think it's pretty fucking good. I had an amazing... This game is so up my fucking alley. And there's 2 more episodes for it. And the new episodes are probably going to be a little bit longer and chunkier. Since episode 0 was just the introduction to the game and its mechanics. Oh my goodness. To be continued in... Okay, let's go through this right before the ads go in. A little bit, yeah. Are you going to play more tonight or not? Let's finish this up, and then I'm going to talk about that exact thing right here. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think you can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Work hard, and the company will sit you for life, and afters, too. Can't tell you how many musicians have been screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So it's not just a lawyer job thing. You dress like a doorman on weekends too. Compared to determining faults, determining closet death, it's like breath of fresh air. Wow, okay, we've got a lot of characters coming up. I think 4 times longer than episode 0. Oh my god. Okay, yes, Pharaohs. Yes. I can't hope to keep this. Okay. Wow. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. When I take a job, I never half-ass it. Of the Devil, episode 1. And I don't mind. There you go. So many hot women in episode. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Okay, chat. Is this? Okay. We got 2 articles. We got 6 profiles. We got 18 key items. We got 16 pieces of evidence. We got 35. Congratulations. With 35 credit. You've also unlocked concept art because of your highest score. Nice. And we could spend our credit on phone charms and case colors. Oh, fun. Okay. Well, chat, I think we're just gonna go to main menu for now. Okay. Oh, I need to change. Okay, chat. So the ad time has just gone up. I'm gonna very quickly go to the bathroom since it's ad time for a lot of peeps for 2 minutes. I'm gonna come back, and then when I do, we're gonna continue the stream for just a little bit longer as I talk about stuff. So I'll be back soon. Okay, I'm back. Hi. Oh, that outfit makes her bags chef's kiss. Yeah, no. Damn. This outfit's great. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for sticking for the ad break. Oh, boy. So, that was amazing. So, I'll say these. Cackle, look at Discord. Okay. Chat. Okay, before I go to Discord, here's what we're going to do, okay? I'm going to continue streaming for probably at least like another half hour-ish. We're not going to continue with episode 1. We're just going to move over to like just kind of hanging out because I got a couple things I'd like to chat about because I know I referenced a bunch of stuff. And I was going to talk about it during the stream. But like I got so caught up with the fucking game because the game was so good. So you just try wearing this outfit. You'd look banger. I actually... Fuck, wait. There's bonus scenarios for episode 02. Very short. I might check those out then. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Let me first check out what Slasher is. Also, like, that's Estrella. That's a good fucking point that I should wear the outfit because I'm actually looking for a new formal outfit. So it would be awesome. Let me look at the fan art here. Change up Darby's colors because the pink was too much. Finish up Cackle. Aw, oh my gosh, Slashy, these are so cute. Thank you so much. Aw, little goggle. That's very cute that you made me. I appreciate it. Thank you, Slasher. This is very cute. Wear that to your job fair. Fuck. Can I get an outfit like this quick? I need like a corset. Fuck. Okay, chat. We can try. We can try. Chat. We could try. I'll try to find the shit. Okay. We can try to do the episode 0 scenarios then to kind of finish it off. I also have show or no show. The art. I could show off the art. Yeah, if Slasher's okay with me showing the art to people on stream. I think it's cute. The little thing that Slasher did, but it's up to Slasher. I want to make sure that Slasher is okay with it. Corset, dress shirt, bolo tie, shoulder straps. This is like, are those shoulder straps? Those are like more, I guess those are just regular shoulder straps. Yeah. I almost thought of it as almost like the kind of like holster vest thingy. It kind of looks like one of those like holsters where you can have side holsters, but yeah. Go for it. Okay, sick. I'll do that. Give me 1 second, chat. Let me go ahead and drag it to this middle of the screen. Okay, we'll save this image. Image. I'll show you the one that Slasher made for me. It's cute. I like it. There you go. Yeah, chat, you can see it. There it is. It's pretty fucking cute, eh? It's very cute. I like it, Slasher. Thank you very much. Woo. Okay. Yeah, it's super cute. Yeah, that too. It's very Final Fantasy. Should have given Morgan double-digit belts in episode 3. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they do that. Episode 3 isn't out yet. I'm looking forward to it though when they do. It's kind of harnessy. It is kind of harnessy. Yeah, the little shoulder straps. Concept art should have reference for a fit. Okay, I actually need to check that then. Y'all, we need to look at socials. We need to find the concept art. Let's look at the concept gallery. Look at that. So this is her original design. Oh, look at it. So she would have had a more traditional, yeah. So this is where she didn't have a corset before, but then she did. She also had a skirt. I'm glad they went for the pants look here. I think the pants looks better on her. Yeah. Look at that. Has a claw clip. Okay, claw clip. Yeah, look at that. It is almost like a little like harness. Look at that. Yeah. Oh god. And then it has like the separate little, okay. We love it. We've also got London here. It is a harness, yeah. I love the hair guide, yeah. It's something for sure. It is. I love it. Yep. Some more stuff of London. We've got Reese, Farrah Reese here. Oh, interesting. What have we gone with this color? I think I do prefer the little red here instead, for sure, rather than the black for her hair color. Yeah. No, she definitely looks like the spunky, like way too easy, way to like run around look. We got a couple more little concept art. Okay. Oh, this is for oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Carlos. We've got Emma. Look at her. Yeah. Her actually pretty close to her current design. Obviously some changes here and there. I do like the black frames on her. It looks a lot better than the pink ones. Yep, some more Emma stuff. Yep. A bunch of little the little drawings and sketches of this very CGs. Oh my gosh, I love it. We got some more here. Oh, okay. We haven't seen much of this, have we? Yeah, the heart fake killer. Yeah, we didn't really see much of it. We only saw the outline of this of it when we first got the heartbreak killer, like a little profile. And then we have here, oh, inverse of Morgan colors. So she's gonna be a very big contrast to Morgan, probably, this little android. Oh my goodness. We have like these various little interviews. We have all of them. Look at that. Oh my goodness, chat. Okay, chat. I'm gonna start one of these interviews, and I can also talk about shit as we do it. Because wait, actually, let's, okay. Because I've been like constantly referencing a couple things throughout this, and one of the things I've been referencing is the like mock trial I did before, and how like you can get your criminal off of murder if you do things correctly. And like that's a whole entire story right there. I don't know if I've told it before, or at least many of you have heard it before, but it's a good fucking story from my past. I'm gonna quickly go for London here, and then I'll probably talk about that, because that's just a fun story that I'd like to yap about for a little bit. It shouldn't be a very long one though. You want to interview me? It's very flattering, but aren't there more lively folks around here for you to question? I had considered that. So I'm not your first choice. You're the first one who hasn't walked away. Come to think of it, I should probably... So, what are your 3 sizes? Have you been opening with that? Should I not? Do you have any pets? Afraid not. Would need 1 or 2. Or 3 promotions, so forth, that kind of thing. Are pets that expensive? Only if you care about them. Maybe if I found a place closer to the park. Have you ever owned any automated dependents? Not had the chance. Would you own one if you could? Maybe one of the little vacuum ones. Anything more complicated than that is... If you find the owner's manuals intimidating, there are video-based tutorials I could show you. I'm not worried about the ease of use. Don't worry. When I say complicated, I mean... It's like what I said about pets. Fine to leave a goldfish in a tiny bowl. Takes time to swim pound for lap. It'll probably forgot in the first half of what it looks like. Not very tall hierarchy of needs there. Easy to please. But a cat, a dog. I don't want to be at work thinking about how bored they are sitting at home. And today's ads are a lot smarter than dogs. About most things. That's a very thoughtful perspective, Detective London. It's a moot point anyways. And he'd be hit by a city bus before any of the new stuff Noble's selling. No, you're thinking of the sheltered generation. Sheltered as in sheltered upbringing? Or shelter in place? There's a lot of uncertainty during their childhood. So when they grew up, they wanted surety, safety, stability. Wanted to know their heat would stay on in the winter. And their politics reflected that. But that was all before my time. My generation is a bit more, well... Generation Zen. That's what they called us in their think pieces. Even-tempered, mentally strong. More than a little cynical. You disagree? It wasn't a matter of mindfulness. We just grew up without false expectations. Our vision wasn't clouded with illusions of impossibilities like home ownership. Or retirement. God, this is fucking real. We realized early on that we'd be working right up until we... Detective? Unrealistic expectations. Some people would call that hope. To see your friends, your classmates drowning every day in that kind of mire. Then have to listen to people 3 times your age go on about how enlightened today's youth are. Gen Zen. It's not a name I'm particularly fond of. Getting too real. It's getting really real. So how long have you been in the law enforcement? Too long. How long would you have been with the homicide department? Not that long, by comparison. Sorry, I don't mean to be overly vague. If you really want to know, I spent both my career over in arson. Was it different from homicide? Flashier, I'd say. Everyone jokes homicide solved themselves in the city with this many cameras. Meanwhile, fraud and disinfo are so entrenched in tech arms race they barely come up for air. But arson really hasn't changed much in the modern era. Fire is still pretty good at destroying evidence. You can expect a drone net to sweep it into burnt rubble and bring you back the culprit's fingerprints and driver's licenses. It's a lot of legwork, a lot of interviewing. And it's more than half the culprits we caught were burners helping Megs commit insurance fraud. We spent a lot of time making friends and enemies in high-rise corporate boardrooms. Megs? Just slang for mega corporations, which is also just slang. At what size does a corporation become mega? It's not really about gross revenue or how many countries you operate in. If you're big enough to crush people, you're a meg. An apex predator amongst apex predators. Like the Otis Megalodon of the Mycenaean epoch. Hey, that's... Wait, is that where it comes from? Damn, okay, these interviews are a little bit longer than I was expecting. I'll probably do this one, and then we'll do what I was talking about. So why are you working in the homicide department? What's that? Why'd you leave arson? The smoke. The smoke? Just got to a point where I couldn't stand the smell. There you go. That's a little bit fun to know about the smoke there, considering Morgan was smoking. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's fun. I might do some of the more interviews another time. Okay, chat. I've got my little story to tell because I think it would be fun for chat, and it's on point here. So during the case, I kept talking about how, like, if you could throw out the murder weapon, you can throw out the case. It's something that Morgan said, or I'm paraphrasing that. And I said, like, I've done that before. And the answer to that, the reason why I said that is because I have done that before in a mock trial. So for context here, I went to, this would have been when I was in high school. Glad you like it though, Cackle. Wanted to finish it before stream. Thinking of the outfit was a little hard though. Yeah, no, it was wonderful. It was a great art piece. Thank you so much, Lasher, for making it. I really appreciate it. Where was I though? For this little story. So yeah, I was in like high school, I think 12th grade, maybe 11th grade. And I was part of an AP law class, and as part of it, one of the things we were going to be graded on was for our mock trial. So for people who don't know here, mock trials are essentially it's what it says on its tin. It's a mock trial. It's where you pretend there's a case, and various different people either play as like the witness, the prosecution, the defense attorneys, etc., etc. You play it out. You do your best to like genuinely play out the trial as it would in real life, and see who wins. And I decided to be one of the defense attorneys because I just kind of liked being a defense attorney. I kind of liked the vibes of it. And for this mock trial, there were 3 lawyers on each side. So 3 students for defense, 3 students for prosecution. Now, the issue with this class trial for me is that on the defense with me, there were 2 people who didn't do any work. They did fuck all. I had to like prepare all the like evidence and witness statements like a day before the trial or a few days before the trial because like they didn't do anything and I just had to do it like in like one big sitting because of that. So they were kind of not great as defense partners. And the issue was that on the other side, I'm not joking when I say this, like not joking at all. On the prosecution, there was the girl who would later that very same year win the National Debate Championship of Canada. So she would, that year that I was having to go up against her, become the best debater in the entire country. Like, she could fucking do it. And her partner was one of her friends who's also very good at debate, very good at doing this kind of stuff. And the other partner was somebody I knew, who at the time I considered a friend. I would not consider them necessarily a very big friend now. That's like a whole thing, side story thing. Who was also, I would say, relatively smart and well-read. So point is, the competition was fucked. The teams were not balanced, guys. I had 2 like people who were barely doing any work, and then there was me. And then on the other side, there was the prosecution with some of the best people that we could have ever possibly picked. So the question is, how the fuck do you win this case? So a bit more context about the case itself. Essentially what it was, to put it very, very simply, it was a murder case, and this was a pre-trial. It was not a trial. So pre-trials are where, like, it's essentially a trial that happens before the trial itself, where, like, the court sees, is it even viable to go to court to, like, a full proper trial? And because of that, because it's a pre-trial, the standards are actually different. Instead of it being beyond, or it is still beyond a reasonable doubt, but instead of needing the jury to fully agree to bring the conviction forward, instead there only needs to be a majority of jurors agree. So as a defense, it's not enough if we just make like 1 or 2 jurors think like, oh, this guy is not guilty, and then we get off scot-free. No, we need to make the majority of jurors think that this guy's not guilty, which is really difficult. So it's automatically a lot harder for the defense. In addition, this case was really bad for us. This was a murder case about our client's girlfriend getting murdered in his apartment with a gun. And our client's testimony to the police before he finally got into our services as lawyers was that 3 armed men who were masked, like, got into the apartment, then shot, like, her in, like, a robbery gone wrong while he was there. And then they left with no trace. It was like the worst testimony ever. It was like, how the fuck do we make this like a good testimony? We are so fucked. And like and I'm sitting there like right before the trial is about to start. Or not be right before the trial is about to start, but like a few days before the trial is going to start. And I'm like, we are so fucked. Like, we're gonna go with this like dumb stupid story that our client told like the cops, because like we don't have much of another choice, because realistically speaking we don't have any other good defense options. We can't claim the other things that we could claim in like self-defense. Like that's not something we could realistically claim or anything like that. So we're sticking to the story, which is a really bad one, but it's all we've got. And I am like sitting there realizing that like we're not gonna win this case. It's impossible, right? But here's the thing, and this is one thing that I was better at than the prosecution, and that was that I really cared about the evidence, because I played detective games like this one. I really cared about evidence, I really cared about the truth, and I really cared about being able to deduce and put things together. And so for a mock trial, there were students who were meant to make mock evidence, and so a day before the trial, I took a look at the piece of evidence for the gun. All right. I looked at it, and each piece of evidence has to say when it was collected by the police. I looked at the gun, and the piece of evidence, it said something like, oh, this gun was bagged at like 3 a.m. at X date, right? And by the way, we only were able to see like these full completed pieces of evidence, like all of them, all at once, like a couple days before trial. So I'm in the room with everyone else. I'm looking at this gun, and I see it says it's 3 a.m. And then I realize something. The official police testimony that's been written down is that the police arrived onto the scene at like 4 a.m. I think you guys can see something. This piece of evidence is said to have been picked up at 3 a.m. The police said they arrived there at 4 a.m. How did they collect this piece of evidence then, the gun? An hour before the police arrived. An hour before like even the girlfriend was shot, according to the coroner. This was clearly, now I want to say this, the fact that it was put down as 3 a.m. was clearly a mistake by the people who made the evidence, right? They did not necessarily mean that, I'm sure, right? But no one noticed. The prosecution were probably too busy, like, focusing on the actual, like, arguments they were going to use in the case. They had everything set up, and, like, my teammates fucking didn't notice, because of course they didn't. No one noticed the discrepancy except for me. And so I looked at it, I noted it down in my little notebook, and then I left. And then when the trial day came, I unironically played Ace Attorney music before I went to the fucking mock trial like room. I went in there, we went down, and I was so fucking nervous, but I waited for my turn. I said like to the rest of my teammates, I was like, look, just let me question the police officer. That's all I'm asking. Let me do it. And they were like, okay, you can question the police officer. Yo, yikes. And the prosecution didn't catch that? Nope. They didn't catch it because they were too busy focusing on their arguments, on their rhetoric. Like, or at least that's what I assume. They weren't focused that much on the evidence because they're debate kids, right? These are debaters. They're really good at debate. But debate is not about, like, the evidence. Not really. It's about how you can spin the evidence to your favor. That's what they were focusing on. They weren't focused on the facts. But I was. You're such a dork. I love you. Oh, thank you, Jarvis. But yeah, continue with the story. So I get up there, and we get to the police officer. He's there on the stand. I get up, and I start questioning the police officer. And I'm like, I'm going to stretch this out. I'm going to fucking build this up. So I just start doing really basic questions. I'm like, can you tell the court what your name is? Yada, yada, yada. Right? I'm doing cross-examination here because he's already being examined. So I'll go ahead and say, like, so just to confirm for the court, can you tell us exactly what time you arrived in the scene, please? And he says, oh, well, like 4:21 a.m. I'm like, okay. Fair enough. And when did you say you managed to collect that piece of evidence, the gun? And he says, about like 10, 20 minutes after I arrived in the scene. I'm like, okay. And can you just confirm, just for an absolute fact, you were there on the scene at 4:21 a.m.? He's like, yes, I can. I'm like, okay. Could we get exhibition B? That was the murder weapon. Could we get exhibition B, show it off? And they get it, grab the piece of evidence, they hand it in front of the police officer, and I just go ahead and say, like, can you please read out when the gun was picked up right there on the little sheet? And he goes and he looks down on it. He says, well, it says right here that it was picked up at 3:30 a.m. I don't understand. And immediately the prosecution, the girl who's like the debate champion, goes like, objection. Like immediately the entire thing goes to fucking chaos. The judge is like completely shook. The judge was like a student who was playing the mock judge, and like everyone immediately like fucking freaks out. Like, and like the best, I'm gonna be honest, I like, no hatred towards the debate champion girl. She was wonderful from everything I knew about her, so like no hate towards her, but it was really satisfying. It was so fucking satisfying to see her like fucking go do the objection. No, I like hesitate and not be able to like fucking like say anything. She doesn't have an invalid objection, invalid evidence. Yeah, like I fucking pulled out of the courtroom. The judge is like I don't know what to do. She's like, do you want to like try to dismiss the gun as evidence? And I say, yep, I would. And like eventually the judge realizes she could get the jury out because this looks really bad for the prosecution. So the rest of the jury gets put out of the room. This entire conversation, what should happen to the gun. Eventually the judge is like, we're not going to throw out the entire case, but we have to throw out the gun as like legible evidence. It has to be thrown out. This sounds like such hits. And I felt so accomplished. As I was like fucking so smug. I was like, yes, fucking did it. Right? And it was so nice. Eventually, the gun gets thrown out as evidence. The prosecution, they're still really good. They still make an amazing case. They make the witness, when we call up our client to the stand, to make him like hesitate, say some bad things, right? They still do a really good job. And we win the case barely. We got like 7 jurors to vote not guilty versus 5 jurors to vote guilty. This is how good the prosecution was. They still managed to get 5 people to say this guy was guilty, even after I made them have to throw out the main murder weapon that they had. The only murder weapon. No, for real, that's such as smugged. Holy shit. Yeah, no. But I was so smug. After the case, like one of my friends, or the person I would consider a friend back then, who was in the prosecution, kept it to me and was like, that was a literal Ace Attorney shit, what you did right there. That was really fucking frustrating. That you just did an Ace Attorney by fucking like, and I realized like back then, like this is an Ace Attorney moment because this would never happen in real life. In real life, a piece of evidence like that would have been caught like ages ago. And even if it was caught like in the middle of a trial, for one, the judge would go to the defense and be like, why the fuck didn't you point this out earlier? And for two, we're declaring a mistrial. We have to just redo everything now. That's what would have realistically happened. So this could have only happened in a mock trial where I could have done the unrealistic, like out of nowhere, like fucking the tables have turned. You're on the fucking back foot now. It was so fucking satisfying though. I was like, and that's how I won against the national debate champion in a mock trial, and like some really good, like a really cracked team with her. And while having a really bad team on my side, I can't blame her if she felt very frustrated, because I bet she felt really fucking frustrated because she prepared so hard against people who like clearly were not as good at her at this, and she probably felt like she had it in the bag, understandably so, and then she fucking out of nowhere gets fucking like destroyed. But like this fucking girl coming up out of nowhere and be like, huh, can you read out that time for me? And she like slowly realizes the dread setting in as like she realizes what has just happened. Oh my gosh. Anyways, so I got a lower grade on that assignment than the rest of my teammates because the teacher never actually saw me doing it when I was in the moment of presenting it. So the teacher assumed it was the other teammates who did it. So yeah, overall, it was kind of bullshit. I got a B+. I got a fucking B+ for that. You've got to be fucking kidding me, dude. I single-handedly fucking saved that case. But no, the teacher didn't see me do it, so it didn't count. Dickhead. God, that's shitty. Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's a grade from like high school. It's not a big deal. It was just like, oh yeah, the teacher didn't see it. Whatever. I'll enjoy it. I'll be smug about it. Everyone else who was there. Ace Attorney IRL, and it's a B+, rigged. It was The teacher was actually quite nice to me. He was relatively like, he was one of those strict teachers, but he seemed to like me quite a lot. So whatever. He probably genuinely just didn't know and didn't care. But the teacher on trial should be a good lesson for her. I hope it was for her. I hope it showed her that debate, like being good at debate, does not mean you are going to win an argument or you're going to win in a courtroom, because it's not. You can be amazing at debate and you can still lose, because debate is never about the facts. Good debaters never care about the facts. They only care about the rhetoric, about how well they can spin things to their favor. And it's why I've always really disliked formal debate, and why I was actually never like amazing at formal debate. I never explicitly tried to do formal debate, but I was in a public speaking club at that school. Every once in a while, the public speakers would go with the debaters, or they might need like someone to like put up a debate position. I remember one time I was forced to take up like a position that like about Israel Palestine, like last minute by myself, when it would normally be 2 people versus 2. And I was like, are you fucking serious? Okay, I guess I'm doing this now. And I did pretty well considering the circumstances, I think. But the point is that like debate is not about the facts. It's only about the rhetoric. And yeah, I hope at the very least, her getting smoked by an Ace Attorney moment in a mock trial allowed her to realize like facts also matter outside of debate. Outside of debate, you do have to care about the facts. And at the very least, if she ever does or has become a lawyer, she'll make sure to double check the evidence from now on. She'll probably remember that mock trial and be like, I'm gonna fucking double check this. That way she doesn't get fucking destroyed by a fucking random ass nerdy girl being like, can you tell me what when you picked that gun, please? Thank you. So yeah, that was my mock trial, and that's why during the game I was like, actually this isn't that bad, because I've been in this situation in a mock trial where the fucking suspect was literally like essentially red-handed, like all that shit. By the way, you remember how there was like fingerprints of the client in this game on the gun? In that mock trial, there were fingerprints of my client on the gun. I'm not joking. That's how fucked up our client was. This was such a bad case for us as a defense. Like literal fingerprints of the fucking gun, and I got it to fucking be thrown out. Fuck yes. Yes. Ah. So yeah. I hope y'all enjoyed listening to that little story. It's something I look back on fondly. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. There you go. Outstanding 10 out of 10 story. Thank you, Lily. I'm glad you found it entertaining. I have more stories in general about like other things that I would be happy to talk about. Probably not this stream, probably in other streams. I got other stuff. But that is the end of my story when it comes to me pulling an Ace Attorney moment and getting a client off of murder charges through that. So yeah, no. Oh my goodness. Okay, chat. It's getting late for me, and the stream's been going on for a while. Oh my gosh, sorry. And I could go for the bonus content, but the first interview I had was a bit longer than I was expecting. So next time, we might go through some of these interviews the next time I stream this, because trust me, I am streaming this game in the future. Oh my goodness. So I might go through these 3 interviews here another time, and probably do episode 1 for another stream. And yeah, I can't wait to do that for everyone. Let's go. Yeah. No, so we are going to be playing more of this game. I'm going to continue streaming this game because it's so fucking cool. And yeah, but for now, I'm probably gonna have to say goodnight. Let my voice rest. I don't want to push it too much farther. This was a lot of fun to watch. I'm glad to hear that, Jarvis. Good stream. Oh, thank you, Badman Twitch. I really appreciate that. That's really, really nice of you to say. All right, if you want to catch my next stream, you can always follow me. Anyone here, or you can just, I don't know, check up on my channel. You might coincidentally catch it. I can't tell you specifically when I'll stream this game next, but I'll probably do it this week. Merry birthday again. Thank you. Yeah. No, thank you for all the happy birthdays. All right, chat. We're not just going to end the stream immediately. We are going to try to raid out to someone. So let's see who's currently online. Ooh, Glyph is online. Isa's online. Moth's online. Happy birthday? Yeah, it's my birthday. Today's gonna be my birthday. This would be an amazing game to play on my birthday. So yeah. Thank you, Batman Twitch. I appreciate the happy birthday. Alright, chat. Oh, well, Glyph is playing some Left 4 Dead. You know what? I think we'll go over to Glyph. She's a wonderful streamer. She's a wonderful slime girl. Glyph, my love, let's go. Yeah, let's go to Glyph. And go ahead and get her some support in there. All right, chat. Go ahead, give Glyph a bunch of love. Be nice to her. And I'll see you all soon. It was wonderful having you here and being able to join me in my little birthday stream. Pretty you. Thanks again for the stream. Thank you all for listening in. Thank you so much. I appreciated it. All right, everyone. I'll see y'all later. All right. Bye-bye.